All right, everybody, welcome back to episode 6 of the To Interview a Killer main series. Today we have the pig episode, and we have the amazing Hecc here. Hecc, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Heccaroni, Heccaroni and Cheese on Twitch. I've got about 7K hours into Dead by Daylight. Been playing Pig for about 6 years ever since she's released.
So, did you come to Dead by Daylight because of pig, or was it?
No, I came to Dead by Daylight because I was talking to some friends at school, and we saw like the trailer for Dead by Daylight, and we thought, oh, that looks really cool. So we both were playing it. We were both playing it on PC for like the longest time, and then I got into Dead by Daylight because of that.
Mhm. Uh, so what I meant to ask there though, how long? So you said 6 years of pig, but like, has it been 6 years of DVD or?
No, I've been playing this game since 2016, so this is my 8th year of Dead by Daylight.
Who was the killer that released when you started?
Sorry,
Who was the killer that released when you started?
the original three.
The original.
I played it like I played it on like release.
Okay, yeah, I can't do timelines. My bad.
I'm OG.
All right, well, why pig is a main then?
Uh, During that time, there weren't like a whole lot of killers that stuck out to me
Mhm,
because I originally mained Trapper and Wraith for like the longest time,
mhm,
and obviously back then that was that was pain. But Pig came out, and I love the Saw movies,
mhm.
so that's another reason. But Pig came out, and I saw like gameplay of like her ambushing and everything. I just thought like, wow, that's really cool. I want to try that. So I like as soon as she released, I just picked her up, and I haven't really played anyone since past that.
And I mean, you played OG pig. Uh,
Oh gee, yeah.
yeah. So
Back when
you
like videotape was a yellow add-on.
did you do any of the more, let's say, not so kind strategies?
Uh, it's my confession, but yeah,
You
a little
have.
bit,
Okay, all right. Out of
a little
curiosity,
bit. Maybe
or
maybe
just to do them?
out of curiosity, and then there was like a few games where people were just, you know, they could be upset. So I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna do this to you then. So I just carry them to the exit gate and just have their head pop there.
Well, speaking of her getting updated, the current pig.
Oh
Personally, I
boy.
think she's in not the best spot, but are there any like
No.
any changes? I say this as if it's not a rhetorical question, but if there were changes you would make, this includes add-ons to her base cap power, anything like that. Is there any? What would you make if you had
So
full control?
I I got like a lot to say about this one.
Okay.
Actually, a few weeks ago, I actually made a tweet about pig changes I'd like to see.
Mhm.
For instance, I would love it if they made her combat straps, workshop grease, and last will add-ons base kit. Like just like rework those three add-ons and then make them like base kit for her current ambush mechanic.
Mhm. Do,
Like
do you think they should lean more into the ambush and try to get away from the
I
traps?
I fully agree because her ambush is very not good.
Well,
It's not the greatest. It's really satisfying when you get like a fun ambush on people, but like past that, it's not very utilized well in chase
mhm,
because the main counters to it are free dropping the pallet or holding W and leaving the tile to a different one as
right.
soon as you see her crouch.
Mhm. Not even see the moment you just hear her, like,
The moment you hear her,
or not.
if you have sprint burst too, oh my god, it drives me insane. I don't even hate sprint burst. I hate Lithe the most. Lithe pisses me off.
Oh god, the amount of times I've swung at a pallet and I missed because they used life.
Oh my, I know. It makes me so upset.
Like I played it
Lithe
right.
window, Lithe Windows users are the bane of my existence in this fucking game.
um, that's it. That's the only change you do.
No, I got more to say.
All right,
Just,
all right. Go ahead. Keep going. We
uh,
got a while.
we're going. But, like, I would love. So it was like what last year when they upped Ghostface?
Yeah.
Was it
Year and a half ago, give or take. It was
a year and a
Legion.
half ago?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
Legion and Ghostface. Yeah.
Yeah, well, during that time, they also buffed his crouched movement speed to 3.8 meters per second.
Hmm.
They didn't do that to Pig, and frankly, I'm still upset about that to this day.
Well,
Because Ghostface doesn't have to crouch to just use his power. He can just do it while he's standing up.
no, that like the crouch is kind of just there for. I mean, it makes sense,
Yeah,
but like,
it makes sense, but like he doesn't need it for his power, but Pig does,
well,
which really sucks.
yeah, it's also the same thing with Sadako because Sadako has a 24-meter terror radius, and they said a long time ago the reason they got rid of it on Pig and made it 32
Oh
meters
my, I
is
know
because of
they
the
like the
movement
whole game
speed.
philosophy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's like,
they
okay,
want to make
well, you went back on that.
they
Are
want to
you?
make like yeah they want to make like their game philosophy like killers who have like a 115 just have a basic 32-meter terror radius. Then you have Sadako.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I'm cool with that. That's fine. But now that you've changed that, apparently just changed that philosophy, you're gonna go back and fix her, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, please, please, hands and knees begging, please. I like begging.
She is in the pig is in the update list, right? She in the next patch.
She is. From what I've seen from obviously that famous DVD Twitter user Deveet. I don't know how you pronounce it,
Hmm.
but he said that or he kind of leaked. Leaked. I don't know, but he said that like Pig is getting buffed.
Right. I mean,
So I have some high hopes.
yeah, I actually
From
have high hopes for everyone on the list. I like, except for Huntress, honestly.
Sam, they're probably just gonna make her like 4.6 instant down hatchets every single time.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The
Because like demos on there, and I'm pretty sure all they're gonna do is touch up his add-ons and make his portals more
I
better.
wouldn't be opposed to that for him. He needs it.
Well, once
He
again,
needs more like shred add-ons.
I think the thing, because with Demogorgon, I talked about this with a few people, is like I think Demogorgon is perfectly designed. However, I do think
He
the portals are just a bit like I
They're
even
not very well
yeah,
used.
even good demos I see just kind of not even use them.
They don't use them. No, they just set them up at the exit gates,
Hmm.
and if they make it to end game, they just go back and forth.
Yeah, yeah. Well, because the thing is, if you're doing your job right, you shouldn't have to use them. So a lot of them don't even waste
Exactly.
time putting them
Exactly.
down. And then Xenomorph came out and was basically called like
Yeah.
it's just better demo. It's like, oh, you're
Or
not
demo tunnels.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're not wrong. uh,
No, it's like I don't see Demogorgons using their portals a whole lot unless it's just like the Kappa 3 gen, which I haven't seen that in forever.
I use it when I do play demo. I run the soda can add-on that lets you
Well, that's a
see
fun add-on.
yeah, it lets you see the progress of generators when you're teleporting. So I use that because uh yeah, what's the perk that blocks auras? Distortion. Distortion doesn't block it.
Distortion, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's a nice little counter to that.
I hate distortion.
Uh, but yeah, back to Pig. Add-on changes other than making those
Uh,
base kit. What I mean, you would just add more for ambush, I would assume.
I want more ambush add-ons for sure. She
Mhm.
has like how many add-ons are there? Like 20 for each killer?
It's 20 for each.
Okay, yeah. So she has like all those add-ons, but like 3 of them are for the ambush.
Hmm.
And the rest are for her reverse bear traps, which I don't get me wrong, I understand that's the main core of her kit, but just incentivize more people using the reverse bear traps for head pops more than like trying to learn the ambush. Because once you learn the ambush, like certain loops just are non-existent for you, assuming they don't leave the tile.
Yeah, well, I think another problem with it is like a lot of her status effects. Because almost
Yeah,
almost every killer has status effects on their add-ons, right? Almost.
yeah.
I, is there any that apply to the ambush? Or they're all bear trap or the reverse bear traps, aren't they?
That's all the reverse bear traps. Like
So once
for
you,
instance, her rusty attachments
Mhm.
that gives mangled to survivors who are wearing their reverse bear trap.
Mhm.
So, and then you have slow release toxin, which gives exhausted until it's removed, which isn't too bad,
I mean, it's
but it's still annoying.
it,
It's not very good.
I mean, in theory, now obviously theory never works out most of the time, but in theory that means you could have the longest lasting status effects in the game. But
Yeah, for up until they just take off their reverse bear traps, but like
or die.
which most people will be doing, yeah,
Hmm.
or hide. But as soon as people get like their reverse bear traps off, they don't like that's non-existent. Like you're just down an add-on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing I would say. Like you only have four, with,
Yeah,
with a couple exceptions, but you only have four. So it's like once you're out of them and they take them all off, well, your add-ons aren't really doing anything then.
yeah, exactly.
Um,
Like add-ons I would love to see changed would be like, for instance, her face mask one. Her face mask add-on gives blindness to survivors who are wearing reverse bear traps,
mhm.
which I guess it could help with like if you really, really, really hate Windows, or like Windows of Opportunity. But
Yeah,
like
but
it's just another thing where they take it off. It's just not going to matter.
well, the other thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong here. Generally speaking, you don't want to chase people with bear traps on.
Correct.
So it's
You don't
like,
really unless
so like,
unless you like really just want that head pop, then you don't really want to chase them.
yeah, but I mean, like they're wasting their time getting it off. So it's like you want to be putting
Exactly.
pressure on
That
other. So it's like if you apply exhausted and blindness to somebody, for example, and they have the head trap on, it's like that's not really helping you because you don't really want to chase them.
exactly. They I don't know what behavior was on when they made those add-ons,
Yeah.
but like I would love to see if they like also reworked her more useless add-ons. For instance, interlocking razors.
Oh God.
Interlocking razors is so bad.
Is that the one that does?
Sorry.
Is that the one that does mangled when they when they miss a skill check or
It puts
deep
them into
wounds?
deep wound,
Deep
yeah,
wound.
yeah.
Yeah.
But they have to be. I'm pretty sure they have to be injured first before that can even happen. So if they're healthy doing reverse bear trap, it's not going to do anything.
Yeah. On top of that, I say because there's a bunch of Ghostface ones that they when they redid Ghostface's add-ons, there was a couple that made it so the survivors suffer status effects when they reveal you. And
Yeah,
while
those.
while I'm a fan of the idea, the problem with that is that you're relying on them to do something,
Yeah,
and that's
which
just
sometimes might not even happen.
yeah. No, the amount of times I try to get value out of those perks, then it's like the one guy who doesn't look behind them in a chase, and it's like,
I know.
okay, I guess I'll go fuck myself. All right. Uh,
We'll have some matches where you just get revealed behind a wall.
I have a TikTok that's like 30 seconds of me just yelling about this one guy who would not break me out of stealth as Ghostface. Um,
Oh my lord.
because I wanted them to activate the thing and get exhausted. That was all I wanted. And at the end of the match, they were like, "Yeah, he's a new player. He doesn't know what he's doing." So you mean to tell me I didn't get value out of my add-on because the person I was going against doesn't know what they're doing? Okay, all right,
Sounds about right, actually.
all right. That's it.
The though there's like a whole I could go on forever essentially.
Let's
Like
what?
face mask, rework it into something. I don't know what I would change the add-ons to,
Mm-hmm.
but I do know they do need to be reworked into something more applicable.
I mean, I think the simple thing would just be add the status effects of the ambush.
That's what I'm saying. Like I would love like for instance like I have like one idea. Like make rusty attachments give hemorrhage and mangled to survivors if you hit them with an ambush.
Mm-hmm.
I personally would love to see that change.
Or we were talking about this. You don't really want to chase the people with the traps on. Why not make it so the effect happens after they take it off?
I wouldn't mind that. Like at
So
least like exhausted for like 40 seconds or something like that after they
yeah,
take it off.
after they remove it, or yeah, or like they're blinded for a minute after they take it off. And
I personally wouldn't mind that.
honestly, that makes more sense thematically
Oh, for sure.
because it's like,
Especially like lore accurate wise for like slow release toxin.
mhm.
It would make so much sense.
Yeah, it's like
This is it's also behavior, so
yeah. Well, I mean, we're gonna get into this later, but honestly, if we wanted a lore accurate pig, like we're never getting it, and for good reason.
you never know.
Um, like anyone who's like this character isn't lore accurate, they're bad. Listen, bro, like
Listen. Doesn't matter. You're playing Pig going against Nick Cage. Like, doesn't matter.
No, no, it doesn't. Um, and the iridescence. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's rule set number 2 now, right? And Amanda's letter.
No, it's videotape
And Amanda's
and
letter.
Amanda's letter.
Okay, yeah, they
Rule
did.
set number 2 used to be an Erie,
Right, 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 right.
and
Okay.
then they changed it to a green.
What does
Uh,
videotape do? Is it they all start with them?
yeah, that's the add-on that makes you start with all the reverse bear traps on. A lot of Pig players use that add-on with rule set number 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a form of a slowdown at the beginning of the game.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, and you combine it with the one that gives you. I mean, there's a few you can combine it with. Some people combine it with slow release toxin. I've seen some
I do.
combine it with the one that gives you auras when they're on gens. Um,
I don't like those add-ons. I hate those add-ons so much.
yeah, I like the idea, but like, why couldn't it just be
The
like
idea is cool, I guess, but like in practice, it's just
they could
not
have
very
they
good.
could have just done it like Plague Zeri add-on, where it's like every like 5 to 10 seconds you get the aura of them for like a second.
That would be pretty cool, but like even during that though, it's like super situational.
Yeah, and it,
Even in the best situations, you're probably not going to get value out of it.
yeah, I mean Plague, like I run that one on Plague all the time, and like even I don't get that much use out of it. It's just nice to know. The
Yeah, for
difference
sure.
the difference with Plague though is that most survivors, like getting a survivor infected, I can keep doing it.
Yeah,
With Pig, they get that.
yeah. I'm kind of limited to what I could do.
Yeah, like you get the bear trap on, it's on, they take it off, and then okay, all right,
Yeah, exactly.
go ambush him, I guess.
Yeah, go to Shack. It ran for 5 gens because setups to your Shack are just really stupid.
Hmm. Uh, and what about Amanda's letter? Are you a fan of it or not?
I think it's a good add-on to use at first if you're trying to learn her ambush.
Hmm.
But once you understand like the ambush, like you don't, it's just completely useless, in my
So
opinion.
yeah, so there's an add-on on Chucky called Rat Poison. Do you know what it does?
Yeah, that's the one where it reveals the Oreo whenever he's in Slice and Dice, right?
Yes. My suggestion for Amanda's letter is make it so you get the auras while you're crouched and during the ambush.
I would actually use that a lot more if
Um,
they change it to something like that.
I think that would make it way more usable because I tell people why, because people ask why a lot of Chucky players and even non-Chucky players put Rad Poison like so high up because it doesn't sound that good on paper really. But seeing the auras while you're dashing lets you do so much.
I know
Like
because
it helps
there's
you.
a lot of cool,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say there's a lot of cool things that you could do with Pig's ambush. Like nowhere near as cool as what you could do with Chucky's like
Mm-hmm.
Slice and Dice. But there's a lot of cool things you could do with Pig's ambush, and something like that would make it so much more fun to use.
Does the red stain comes back the moment you start the ambush, right?
It like comes back like after a couple seconds when you're like ambushing.
Right. Right. Okay.
It takes about when you go into your crouch,
Mm-hmm.
when you go into like your stealth mode, the blur radius and red stain go away after a few seconds, and then you're just completely undetectable.
Mm-hmm.
And when you use the ambush, they come back like about like I think it's like 1 second to 1.5 seconds after using the ambush.
Right. Oh, well, because I was just thinking maybe you could have an add-on that like made the red stain stay gone for longer.
Oh,
Even
that'd be
though,
pretty good.
honestly, I wouldn't even make that an add-on. I would just make that base kit. To make it so
I wouldn't mind that.
the red
In all
stain
honesty,
the red stain is gone for the entire duration of the ambush because. So there's a thing with clown. I know this is a weird killer to
a
bring up with
clown.
this. So clown. A lot of people don't like the disorienting effect, which
I
fair.
don't.
I'm a huge advocate of getting rid of it, even as an ex clown player.
I I get really bad motion sickness whenever I go against a clown. He's the only killer I will go next on.
Right, and understandably so. I still say change it to reversing your controls, but my point is a lot of people. are like, yeah, you can do that, and then they can't see where you're coming from, and then you get free easy hits. Other than the people like you who get motion sickness from it and like get IRL disoriented from it, no, because there's this giant glowing stain in front of him that
Yeah,
they can see still. And the only reason
yeah,
I bring that up is because with Pig's Ambush, it's like, oh, if you just because yeah, I've seen people who are like, oh, just use it this way, and like, they'll never see it coming. There's a giant red flashlight in front of.
exactly. There's a giant red cone right in front of the killer. Like you have to be like actively not paying attention to see that,
Right.
or to like just like to miss it.
Don't get me wrong, you can still confuse people sometimes, but it's like
Oh,
if
for sure, yeah,
if they're paying attention, especially on a lot of very specific loops, they're gonna dodge it.
yeah. The red stain mind games are always fun to try and
Uh,
pull off.
I think that would be the one downside to making it base kit, I guess, is you couldn't do red stain mind games.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, like if you're just using your crouch to sneak up to people on gens or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
you're not really going to be using red stain mind games at that point.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I don't think of. Oh, okay. Here's a debate that's been going on for years. Thoughts on creative gears and spag of gears.
Oh boy. I have some things to say about that.
Personally,
Uh,
as a not enthusiast of Pig, I don't play her that often. I almost always run these add-ons.
oh,
Because I know they are guaranteed to get
I I don't like you.
value.
I I think it need to be tuned down a little bit
Mm-hmm.
because you have pig players nowadays, and I'm not play the game how you want. Obviously, I'm not here to advocate how you could play pig in any way. But I will say, ambushing is like has a higher pedestal to me than going for a head pop.
Well, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, 9 times out of 10, if I get a head pop, it's just because of luck. Like, I'm not purposely going
Yeah,
out of my way to get it most of the time. I just put it.
yeah,
I
but
I am ironically when I play pig, I'm more because a lot of pig guides will often tell you don't think too much about the head traps, just put them on.
yeah,
I'm kind of the opposite. I try to think about it a little bit more. Uh,
yeah. The putting a reverse bear trap on as soon as possible, like even at 5 gens, is huge for you.
well, see what I try to do. I have this math equation in my head
Oh no.
that I do. It doesn't get me head pops, but I've noticed it makes the games last longer than they should. I put the first one on as soon as I can. The second one
But,
doesn't go on until at least the third gen pops. The third one,
okay, I can.
the third one goes on, and it will only go on if it was the first survivor I put the first one on. Only if there's still only 3 gens popped.
Okay.
Then
I can kind of see the vision.
the last one will only go on once there's only 1 gen left. I know.
Oh,
There
you went for that strat.
okay. There's a reason I do that one. That's because the last person I usually just hunt down as much as I can if there's only one person left. Um,
Yeah.
there is there is a math equation to this. I swear onto why it works out how it does, and this is just the probability nerd in myself coming out. Uh, because statistically speaking, because so that one I said where like you only put the third one on the same survivor as long as there's only 3 gens up, because of how pressure works, it like somehow because of how pressure and the probability of the boxes work, it actually makes them it stresses them out more than it should. I don't know. It's I'm not gonna get
Yeah.
yeah. It
It's it's like a whole thing. The reverse bear traps do offer you a form of slowdown, and
mhm.
that's why people are saying like, oh, that's why pig is like low C tier. But like, in my honest opinion, like I love pig, and I feel like she should be at a higher tier than she is. But for that sole reason alone, she's not higher than D tier in my opinion.
Well, yeah, I think because with her power budget, it's like she has stealth, a mini dash, and then her bear traps for slowdown. So it's like because she
And
has.
then when you,
Hmm,
I was just saying, then when you don't have your air traps on and everyone has them off, then you lose all that
yeah,
slowdown and pressure.
yeah, and once again, I'm talking about this from like a character design perspective. Like it's like she has a power budget, and they put some of the budget into the bear traps, and it's like that's why her ambush. And while I don't agree with it, that's why her ambush is as weak, quote unquote, as it is, because
Yeah,
the bear traps have the potential to kill somebody. So they had to limit how good the ambush could be. And I think I agree with you in the sense I would rather that the bear traps get some kind of a nerf or change, but buff the ambush. Just
yeah, I would love to. I've been advocating that for a few years now, just because kind of circling back to the created gears, tamper timer, bag of gears thing.
mhm.
I do want them to be tuned down a little bit, just because the reverse bear traps, they do have the potential to be stronger, but and when they're paired with those add-ons, they they're the strongest.
Mhm.
And like not a lot of survivors can do anything about it. Especially if you're running like a head pop build, like Face the Darkness, Ultimate Weapon, anything that makes survivors just scream losing their progress.
Yeah, also that interaction should be taken out, in my opinion.
I agree. I don't like that at all.
I
Like I think it's just really stupid, really gimmicky.
I,
It
I honestly I don't think screaming should force the survivors off of anything personally. Um
I could agree with that for the most part, yeah.
even like
Especially
go on.
like it maybe make them like if they're maybe can't speak. Maybe make it so that they don't lose saw their jigsaw box like search progress when they scream.
Yeah, I mean honestly, I don't know how you'd feel about this. Honestly, I'd be fine if they didn't lose the progress ever.
I don't mind because I'm still getting that slowdown
Yeah,
regardless.
like per box, obviously. Like
Yeah, per box,
if they get
yeah.
like 50% on one box and then you chase them off or where they leave or whatever and they go to another box, it's not
Yeah.
50%.
If they actively get off of that jigsaw box when they didn't finish it, then yeah, then they lose all the progress.
Hmm.
But if they scream or whatever when they're working on their reverse bear trap, then yeah, just don't make it so they lose that progress.
Yeah. Also, I think like I don't know how they could do this without making it busted. I like because we were talking about once you use all the traps, like all you have is the ambush. Like
Yeah.
I don't know like if there would be a way for them to implement like her getting a trap or two back during the match somehow.
I feel like that would be
Too much.
I feel like it'd be a little too much just because say for instance, oh, you're running Created Gears Temper Timer.
Right.
Okay, well you lost all your reverse bear traps. Oh, a person took them off. Oh, but it's okay. You can just get a reverse bear trap back, and it just slows the game down even more from both sides and both perspectives, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true. I was just thinking about it in the sense of like if they're gonna keep the add-ons they have.
Oh, I fully agree with like what you're trying to go for. Like I've thought about it myself multiple times. It's just the fact that like Crate of Gears, Tamper Timer, and Bag of Gears are easily her most problematic add-ons, and something like that. If
Mhm.
they got rid of those three add-ons, I'd say go for that idea. But
Mhm.
if they didn't get rid of those add-ons and they brought that into the mix, like we're seeing a lot more head pop builds.
Yeah. Also, this is kind of going into the whole head pop build. I don't know if this is a coding thing or what, but I feel like if she's undetectable, but she's 5 feet away from you, it should count as being in chase. Um, I had
I'm
a
not entirely sure about that one.
well, no, okay. Let me rephrase this. If you have line of sight of her, and she's like
Okay, yeah, I could
five
agree with
feet
that.
away. The reason why I'm saying that is because I was playing with a friend who I introduced to the game. His first match was against a pig. She put
Oh
a
no,
she put a reverse bear trap on his head, and she just followed him around, being crouched, so he couldn't.
she was old Legion teching him.
Yeah, yeah. So she
Oh
so
no,
so he either did the box and got and she hit him, or his head popped from the timer. It's what are his options?
There's not much you can do in that scenario.
Like, I guess he could drop a pallet on her and force a chase, maybe?
Yeah, but like if it was a pig like that, they would probably he'd probably go to a pallet, and she'd just like respect the hell out of that pallet.
Yeah,
So like it wouldn't matter.
yeah, and it's like, I mean, the argument could be just do the gens. It's like, yeah, we were doing the gens. The point is, what was he supposed to do? He's just stuck there.
What's he supposed to do about that? Yeah, like I agree that that's also really stupid.
Like, don't get me wrong, I can't say much. I play a killer who has a lot of counterplay that's basically that's not always there. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be hypocritical about it, but it's like I feel like in a situation like that, that's not like I get
For
hit
sure.
or not. It's like I either die this way or I die that way. I
Yeah, there's in scenarios like that, I could for sure agree that like if you have very clear line of sight on the pig and she's just following like she's old legion teching you,
mhm.
it should be counted as like, oh, she's in chase with you.
Yeah, it's just so strange. Um,
It's really it's really scummy too, especially to people who are like new to the game.
That's the thing. I think Pig is a nightmare for new players.
Oh, for sure, because they don't understand. Like I can't tell you how many times I have gone against baby survivors because MMR system is super good.
Yes, 100.
No problems there, right? Behavior.
Listen,
But like I can't tell you
go
I can't
go
tell you how many times. Go ahead, sorry.
go ahead.
I was gonna say I can't tell you how many times I put a reverse bear trap on the survivor, and they just never take care of it.
It,
They just like they know the one objective of the game is to save the teammates if needed, do gens, escape.
well, I
So
mean,
they don't understand things like that.
yeah, it's like thinking about it from a new player's perspective because I played the tutorial recently. It teaches you how to do a gen. It teaches you how to vault. It teaches you how to drop a pallet, not stun the killer. By the way, only drop a pallet.
Yeah, only drop the
It
pallet.
does. It doesn't teach you about stunning the killer. I
Oh, you're
will.
right.
It's so stupid. Um, and
Oh, I
people.
completely forgot about yeah.
Yeah. Well, no. Me and Bram were talking about that during the Xenomorph episode, and we were like, yeah, that's probably why so many new players just pre-drop pallets.
Oh, for sure,
They don't
yeah.
even know you can stun the killer.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now, actually.
Um, but it's like it teaches you all this stuff, and then it has you go against Trapper, and you don't even really learn about his power. You
Yeah,
like
no,
you learn that someone can get stuck in a bear trap, and you learn that you can get them out, or you have a chance to get yourself out. Um, you don't learn anything else about it, and that's just him. And
yeah, it's just him.
I would argue he's a pretty simple character to like understand fundamentally.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But then you have like Pig,
Yeah.
Pinhead. Could you imagine if a Survivor's first match was against Pinhead?
Skull Merchant, oh my goodness. I couldn't
Like,
imagine that. I couldn't imagine that sort of pain.
and don't get me wrong, it's like I don't even think they're like super complicated, right? At the end of the day, I really don't think they are. But to someone who has no idea, like
For sure, yeah.
you're just throwing them to the sharks and just hoping.
Yeah, it's like, all right, here's a tutorial. All right, you figured it out? Cool. First
Yeah,
match.
yeah, like, and the most they get is like the little tooltips during the loading screen. And actually, you know what?
Yeah.
No, they don't get that. New players don't.
They don't get those anymore?
No, because the new players get the generic tutorials on how to play the game. So
Oh my god, you're
they don't get
right.
the tooltips at the bottom for specific killers. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have that anymore? Because I remember that they used to have tooltips, and if those tooltips were only showed up if you
No.
face a killer less than 3 times.
No. It still gives you the tooltips, but like, when you're a new player, your first few matches, it'll just show up like the tutorial screens to make sure you understand. Like, do
Oh,
gens, escape, you know. So the tooltips at the bottom aren't there for like specific killers. I never even really thought about that.
I haven't either. Yeah, it's like they don't. I haven't even seen pigs now that I think about it. I, maybe just like, oh, if she has a reverse bear trap on you, go
Well,
take care of it.
and the other thing is, Pig is a pretty like she's not super. Take no offense when I say this. She's not like super S tier. She's not like a
Being hurt.
super. Yeah, she's not like a super good killer. So like, a lot of bad players are going to go up against new players,
Right.
and so Pig is one of those characters that I can see like a lot of people being in the bottom, or you know what I'm saying? Like she
For
has
sure,
she
yeah.
has more
It's
of a chance to go up against new players than like Nurse does.
100% because people just like people play this game like they play this game because they say like, oh, Myers is in the game, Leatherface is in the game. Oh, they even got Xenomorph and Demogorgon. They don't understand like people play this game just to like try and win. They don't play the game to like just because oh, my favorite horror movie icon is in this game.
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that.
That too.
It's a and I hate saying this word. It's a societal issue too. It's not just MMR. Um,
Yeah, MMR just by itself is
well,
really screwy.
don't get me wrong. I've had my stance on MMR has always been I don't really care. Um,
Yeah,
but I don't think it helps as far as the competitiveness from players
it
goes.
really doesn't.
Uh,
I was playing some matches last night and I got a really really sweaty for the people buckle up Swift. And then like a couple matches later, I got like literally just like baby survivors who had no idea what was going on.
I mean
They all had like one perk each. It was really sad.
well, yeah, because like I went up against. I mean, you saw my tweet on the other day where some guy accused me of pay to win because I was playing Xenomorph.
Oh yeah, I was there for that. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's like, and then the next match, you were in the stream for that. Yeah, the next match, I went up against a bunch of just chill Leons, like,
yeah, let's chill, Leon.
like, it's, like, is MMR okay? Like,
Is my character the pig pay to win because she could instantly kill people with the reverse bear traps?
that is the whole pay to win argument with that. I know that this is a bit of a tangent on everything completely. Is
Oh,
it
for sure. It's
is
like
is it pay to win? Technically speaking, yes.
perk wise, yes, but killer wise, I don't think so.
Even then, you could argue it is, but it's like I don't know, man. Like, is it really I don't. It's a complicated subject or topic in my opinion because it's like you could
Yeah,
argue I spent $5 on a character who is arguably better than other characters.
oh, for sure.
So it's
Like I
like
think if there's any killer who I'd argue is pay to win, it'd be like Spirit, Nurse, Blight,
right, but
like those killers.
but
Like if you
but
want to win, just buy those killers.
but even then, it's not pay to win because you can get them for free.
Exactly.
And then the
So it's
license,
like a
so then you have to be like, okay, well, which license killers are actually good? And then it's like, okay, well,
okay, Wesker, yeah.
Wesker, Artist, Xeno. Is there an S tier license killer? Wesker, is that really it? I wouldn't even call him S tier. I'd call him.
I would argue that like pre-nerf Chucky was S tier, like bottom of S, maybe.
Yeah, I would still argue.
Then they nerfed him.
Yeah, I'd still say he's up there. I still give him high A.
I still think he's like a very mid to high A.
Yeah. Uh,
I feel bad for Huntress because I remember she used to dominate the high A tier spot for like a long time, and like all these new killers just keep coming out. I think she's like B tier now.
yeah, I think the thing is because this is something they talk about in League, because and I bring up League all the time for analogies for how the balance in this game works because I think it's the only it's like the closest thing I can think of. Because I would bring it up with Nurse and Blight a lot, because there's a lot of situations that were exactly the same in League of Legends. Um, but it's like the game isn't getting power creeped; it's getting feature creeped, in my opinion, which is a
Yeah,
completely different thing.
yeah, I could agree with that because
Like
like new killers just completely outpace the older killers.
yeah, it's not so much that they're strong. I mean, they're stronger, right? But like in essence, it's more so they have more options, right? Like okay,
Right.
like we could argue all day about this, but Slice and Dice is just a better version of Ambush.
It is, and like I saw Slice and Dice like in the PTB. I
Hmm.
was like, wow, this is like Ambush, but like 1,000 times better. and he actually has add-ons for it.
Yeah,
I was so unbelievably upset when I saw it. I was
like,
like, wow, okay, cool.
and he has on-demand stealth. That's instant.
On-demand stealth, that's instant, and that can go underneath a pallet.
Yeah, like you could argue that's power creep for Pig, but it's technically feature creep. It's not power creep.
I could agree with that.
Yeah, because
And I'm still so upset about Slice and Dice being better than Ambush. Because
it's
you do so many cooler things with Slice and Dice than Ambush.
even after the nerf, you still can.
I know. Worst
um,
part.
uh, bring back 180s for the love of God. Okay. Uh, but yeah, because it's like I would make that argument with because Blight and Nurse were good examples, right? And
Right.
what I would make with the argument for that was for League of Legends. There's a character in League called Akali. For those who don't know, when Akali was reworked, she dominated the game. The thing is, they couldn't nerf her because lower ranked players and bad players would, if she was nerfed, would literally not stand a chance. And the question
Really.
becomes, how much should skill determine the power of a character?
That's a really good question, actually.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, okay, Nurse is really
Yeah, for
strong.
sure.
Don't get me wrong, and I'm not gonna be one of the people who's like, she's super hard to play. I think if you play her along, like even a little bit, eventually you'll pick it up. You won't be a god with her, but like, but that's my point. At what point is the skill expression of just being good with the character outweighed by the strength of the character?
Well, I'd even argue that like a good play, like a good pig player, would like give experienced survivors a run for their money.
Mm-hmm.
As I have yet to see, I have yet to go against a pig who actually tries to use their ambush, and they're like really good with it.
Mm-hmm.
But, like you'll just have like a if you just get like a pig player who knows what they're doing in regards to her ambush, like there's a lot you just can't do against a pig like that.
Right.
You only your only things are to like hold W and run,
Mm-hmm.
or just camp the pallet
But yeah, but then it's like, okay,
and win at 50-50.
well, if we nerf them, well, now the people like, do we nerf them because the people who are good with them are making them like really oppressive, or do we keep them the same because if we nerf them, then the people at the bottom get screwed over?
That is
And,
a very
and
problematic.
the general consensus is no, we nerf them because the people at the top are making it miserable for it's it's a complicated. This is why I don't, especially in a game as complicated as Dead by Daylight is with balance. This is why I do not envy the balance team. Don't get me wrong, I don't agree with them all the time, but
Yeah,
like I do not envy these people. Um,
I don't either. That's a
because
very tough job.
it is such, because in League it's like, okay, well, you can make the argument, well, we know who she's going against, we can buff her counters, right? But it's like in Dead by Daylight, you can't really buff counters
Yeah,
because
because then you're just gonna have like a whole other problem, along with that.
yeah, well, okay, let's take like let's say a perk counters a killer, right? It's like, okay, well, we buff the perk and that will make the killer worse. Well, what if the survivors don't bring that perk all the time? Then you didn't accomplish anything.
Exactly.
I think that's another big issue. I don't think survivors should see which killers they're going against because I think that would be aggravating for that exact reason. But
Yeah,
at the same
for
time,
sure.
it's like if you don't make the counterplay inherent with the base kit of the survivor, then like technically the counterplay doesn't. It's like that's why like I was so upset. Because when Chucky first came out, you could use any means necessary to stop scammers.
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about
Yeah,
that.
and they got rid of it.
I don't know.
I was so mad
I don't
about
know
it.
why.
Yeah, I was so mad about it.
There's such a unique way to counter it
But
too. I don't know why they ever got rid of it.
that's what I said. I was like, no, this is super unique, and like, it's just like it's an interaction that I think actually makes sense.
Yeah,
Like, it only really
I-
affects this one killer. It's not a very common perk. Like, it's not like I was running into it every single match. It was like maybe 1 in 4 after his release.
Right. I
And then they just got rid of it. And it's like, why?
even after any means necessary got like buffed to what it is now, I still don't see it a whole lot.
Yeah, I've seen survivors using it more and more. I think some are switching it for Windows.
Good.
Because good. I have been running more
Good.
blindness recently, by the way. I'm just gonna say that. I think Hex Third Seal is starting to become one of my favorite perks in the game.
I use
Um,
that perk all the time on Dredge.
it,
It's
it
very fun.
it's so like I made a whole video about how I think blindness isn't ran because you don't really see the effects a lot of the time. It's more like a feeling of it working. Um,
For sure.
but when you do see the effects, it is the most
You can just
satisfying.
tell.
Yeah, it's the most satisfying thing. I remember because I there's a blindness add-on Singularity. Um and I was on Garden of Joy. And you know the God palette at the on the right side of the main building?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It dropped at like 5 gens.
really.
I was chasing someone at the end of the match, and I saw them start running that direction, and I was like, "Oh, they're blinded. They don't know."
Oh no.
Because
Do they know?
there was a pallet on the left. Like
Oh no.
it was like a junk tile, but like it was a pallet on the left, so they had an option.
Oh
But
no.
because they were blinded, they went to the right. It's so good.
Oh my.
Oh.
I I like using third seal a lot on like Monster Shrine.
Oh yeah, I have gotten so many accidental kills with Third Seal.
It's a
Especially
lot of fun.
on RPD especially.
Oh my goodness,
Oh my god,
RPD.
Third Seal. I used to run Knockout a lot. Um,
Oh, you
RPD
evil
is
man.
RPD is one of like the most in my opinion, RPD is one of the best maps for blindness.
Oh, for sure.
It because it's 2 levels, it's massive. Like
It is a really big map, actually, now that I think
and
about
if
it.
the survivors are doing what they're quote supposed to do and running you far away from the gens, and you hook someone super far away, and maybe you happen to chase the person who saw you hook them so they know where they are, but the other two don't. A lot of times they kind of forget the other person's even on hook.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And they see that they're about to die, it's like, oh well, guess I'll die.
And then I had to run all the way across the map just to get to them, and it's like, okay.
Exactly,
um,
the I don't use Windows R280, but I do like perks like alert or troubleshooter. And if the killer has like blindness stuff to me, like if the killer has something that gives me blindness, I hate it. It's like, wow, okay.
I run Bond a lot. It's my crutch perk on Survivor. Um,
That's a good perk.
it's a very good perk and one I don't see enough. I feel it does so much.
It really does. I like alert and troubleshooter a lot.
Hmm. Well,
I if I want a more chase oriented build, I'll run that. I'll run those two perks.
yeah, I don't think alert is underrated. I just think it's underused.
Yeah,
I think a lot of the aura perks are underused. Honestly, like
yeah, I can agree with
Fogwise.
that. Yeah,
Fogwise is another one. Like Fogwise is an amazing perk. I just never see anyone.
oh, I agree.
Almost,
Yeah,
I see it sometimes, but like it's just constant information on where the killer is at all times.
yeah. I mean, you have to hit great skill checks, but I mean, those aren't really
Stakeout.
too difficult.
Run
Yeah, stakeout or
stakeout hyper
it's not
focus.
happening.
Yeah, run stakeout hyper focus Fogwise and then that new perk Alan Wake came out with.
Deadline.
Yeah. Boom. You have
There you go. Easy.
almost complete aura reading on the killer while you're doing a generator.
I had someone the other day. They were using Fogwise. This is not happening, and Deadline. It was like okay, so you just I was just like I don't like doing it, but I accused them of hacking just because they knew where I was all the time. And then I saw that I was like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I have a singularity build that gets me accused of hacking all the time. It's the it's his iridescent add-on where if you shoot a camera, you see the auras of everyone in like 16 meters. Um, and it run
Oh,
it eats through distortion stacks so much.
I hate Distortion so much. I know I said it before, but I hate that perk.
I think most people do. I don't hate it, and honestly, I don't hate people that run it. I hate very specific people who run it.
I could agree with that.
Um,
One of my favorite builds to run on like Huntress, for instance, is aura reading.
yeah, it's all
And
it's
if all four people are running that perk, there's just nothing I can do about it. Like I'm just a killer with no aura reading, which I mean,
I run
congrats. But
I run cigar box on clown a lot. And for those who don't know what that does is when you're invigorated, so inside the yellow bottle, and for about it's 5 seconds at base, and 7 if you have the add-on. Uh, it makes it so you see the survivor's auras within 60 meters of you. Distortion completely destroys that add-on because they're getting the stacks while you're in range for the aura reading. Like
I
there's
just don't think Distortion should gain tokens or stacks or whatever during chase.
I've talked about this before. Here's my idea for the rework for Distortion. You start off with 3 stacks at the beginning of the match. You cannot regain stacks until you're unhooked. Once you're unhooked, you get 3 more stacks.
That'd be a pretty cool anti-tunnel perk a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I also, and maybe make it 4 stacks since it'd be a total of 6. Whatever. My point is, my point with that is like you have a certain amount of stacks, but eventually you will be found.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah. It's just like with Calm Spirit. Here, people are gonna hate me for this. I don't think Calm Spirit needs a nerf. I really don't. I just think it's more a symptom than an actual problem. If I was to change Calm Spirit, though, I would make it only work when you're injured.
I would be okay with that because doesn't Calm Spirit also just kind of counter Doctor a little bit too?
It counters Doctor. It messes up clowns. It doesn't counter him, but like, uh, this is just a me thing. When if I hit a survivor and they don't scream for whatever reason, it like I have to do a double take if I actually hit them.
I know
it
what you mean.
it messes me up, and I don't like it. Shouldn't it really shouldn't like I don't like stop in my tracks, but I'm like, did I hit them? Like, or like sometimes I'll down somebody with Calm Spirit, I won't hear the scream, and I'm like, what just happened? Um, but yeah, I just but it also outright counters. I know it's a niche perk, and like only one killer really runs it seriously, but outright counters spies from the shadows.
Oh, that's right, because I forgot about that.
Yeah, yeah, and once again, it's not a very common perk. It's not a very good perk, and like only one killer seriously runs it, and that's Knight, and that's about it.
Night runs Spies from the Shadows.
Some Knight players do, and the reason why is because you still get the procs while you're placing your guards.
Oh, yeah, that makes it okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
might try
yeah.
that actually. At some point.
Some Twins players run it too because it's one of the few perks that works when you're playing Victor.
I have a friend who mains Billy, and he uses it.
It's not a bad perk. It really isn't.
No,
It's just like
it's
one of
a
the. It's like whispers, right? It's like it's not bad. It's just there's
it's very
better.
outdated.
Yeah, there's better options, and I don't want to say better because it's like the thing with like whispers is reliable. There is nothing the
Yeah,
survivors can do to counter it. It always works, and if you know what you're doing, it's really good, but it's not precise.
yeah. It's just with like if you're like within like a certain radius of that survivor.
It's 32 meters. So it's
Yeah.
your terrorists because I mean we'll get into this with builds. There used to be a common build on Pig where she would run monitor and abuse and whispers, and what
Oh, Scorpion's build. Yeah.
yeah, it was Scorpion's build, yeah, and then what that would let you do is know when to crouch
Yeah.
because the moment whispers taps, they're 32 meters out, so you could crouch and they wouldn't hear your terror radius at all.
Right.
Chucky, I haven't seen anyone really doing it, but Chucky can do a similar thing. Um,
I haven't ran Whispers in so long. Ever
I
since like Bubba came out with barbecue and chili, I haven't ran that perk in a long time.
Yeah, I think once again I tried it on Chucky for a little bit and then it didn't really work. My problem with Whispers is that it works on people on the hook. My only problem with it. Like,
Yeah,
I'm cool with it working on slugged people. Like, that makes sense. But, like, I feel like once they're on the hook, it should not.
and then you also it's just like one of those like perks. It's just like it wasn't better for like the longest time, but
Mm-hmm.
as the years go by,
Well,
more and more info perks are just a lot better than those two.
yeah. Once again, it's not necessarily power creep; it's feature creep,
Exactly.
right?
It's
It's
pay to
like,
win.
yeah, it's pay to win. It's like it's like barbecue. It's like technically speaking, whispers is a better aura reading perk because it works all the time. You don't have to hook anyone. There's no prerequisite. But barbecue shows you
Yeah,
exactly where they are. So
like pinpoint accuracy.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's not like technically speaking, whispers is better, but it doesn't do as much as barbecue does.
yeah. That's why I haven't ran whispers in so long because of barbecue and chili.
Yeah, right. Well, it's like discordance. It's like everyone complains about distortion. You can't really run aura reading perks. It's like, well, distortion technically they can't counter it. There's nothing they can do about it. Um,
Oh right.
except for split on gens, which they already kind of do. So
Even then, it's kind of hard to tell if a killer has discordance or not because some killers will just like think like, oh, this gen it probably has some progress on. I'm just gonna go
yeah,
there,
it's
and then they'll find two people.
yeah, I'd say it's virtually impossible to know if they have it.
Yeah, and then the only way you'll figure it out is if you just keep trial and error.
Yeah,
Like, okay, well, he found us when there was two people. Let's do it again on this gen, and then the killer will come. It's like, okay, yeah, he probably has discordance. And you
yeah. I mean, it
look at
does.
the end of the game.
I mean, the only real problem with it is if they literally do all split on gens the entire match, then you get
You're never
technically
gonna get
technically you
value out
get
of it once.
yeah technically you get value. This is the thing. This is one of those weird things. Discordance is one of those information perks where if it doesn't give you the info, technically it's giving you value. That's
Yeah,
telling you they're not stacking on gens.
exactly. Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah, it's one of those weird things. But at the same time, it's like, well, you don't know what gens they're on still.
yeah. You just got to do some old-fashioned gen patrolling at that point.
Yeah. Um, we were still on just changes for.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
So, so other changes I'd like to see with her is I would like it if they reverted her terror radius back.
Yeah, yeah. I think I
No,
think
like
that's
back to
fair.
the 28 meters.
I think that's 100% fair.
It's clearly like behavior doesn't follow that quote unquote game philosophy anymore, so
Yeah. Well,
it
is it?
doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think like because how fast is she in crouch mode? Is it 90?
Uh, yeah, it's 90% movement speed,
Okay. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
she's slower than a running survivor,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's like
which
I wouldn't up the crouch speed. I know I would make it add-ons. I wouldn't make it base. I would keep it at 90. But
well then you'd also have I can understand where that's coming from, but I would personally would really like it just because she has one add-on that does that, and that's John's medical file.
yeah, and also correct me if I'm wrong. The ambush does not count as a basic, right? It's not a basic attack.
Yeah, it counts as a special attack.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking that is this is one of the one of those not out there, but one of the more popular changes I hear with Pig is keep everything exactly how it is, but make her in either make the ambush a basic attack or make it insta down.
Instant down? No. I definitely would not want to make that instant
You
down.
wouldn't want to make it insta down. You think that would be too much?
No, because you'll have like some really good pig players who know how to properly use that ambush. Just it'd be like a slugfest the entire time.
Yeah, fair, I suppose. What about making it a basic attack though?
Uh,
The only reason
they had that before, and they had that before where it was counted as a basic attack, and like every single pig would use Sloppy Butcher. I feel like I like where it's at right now for like counting it as a special attack.
I feel like if they keep it how it is, like I feel like you're not rewarded enough for hitting it when with how
You
difficult it.
usually, which it just looks and feels nice to hit,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying with how difficult it can be to hit sometimes, I just feel like you're not rewarded enough for it. That's it.
Exactly. You
Um
have to really you have to really really hope that the survivor just stays at that loop.
yeah, it's just like I'm going to get some shit from Pyramid Head mains, but it's the same thing with his M too. It's like people can complain about like why a lot of Pyramid Heads zone, but it's because the hit is not always easy to land. It's
Yeah, it's
it's very telegraphed. It has like a wind up and like a what's the word I'm looking for? It takes time to come out, right? So they have a
yeah.
second to react. And then your
And
reward
if
for
you
go on.
I was gonna say if you're going against a pyramid head and you know what to do when they're trying to go for a punishment shot, then it's super easy to
Yeah.
constantly dodge it.
Yeah, and then on top of that, even if you do land it, like other than oh you hit them over a loop, I guess that's the reward technically, but like you don't really get anything for it. You lose distance. Hell, technically speaking, you lose more distance because they're farther away already.
Yeah, I will say I 9 times out of 10, whenever I hit someone with a punishment shot as pyramid head, they just stay at the loop. They don't hold W or leave or anything like that. They just stay at the loop.
I wish I had
Like,
those
okay, well,
players.
yeah, right.
Well, because
And like I'll have people who do like leave the loop and then just go like somewhere else. I was like, okay, well, guess we're doing this.
yeah, because I've done a whole video talking about because they did that pyramid head change like 6 or 7 months ago on the PTB where they made it so his M2 inflicted torment.
Oh, that would have been so cool if they kept that.
Well,
I don't understand why they didn't, but
here's the thing. I thought it was a cool idea, and here's how you make it work. Make it an add-on.
there you go.
Mind
I don't know what's saying
fucking
that.
blown. Like
Yeah, but it's
huh?
also behavior that's a little too smart for them.
Well, okay, like
Not
get
try, I'm not trying to
yeah,
talk bad about the devs, but
yeah. It's like okay, get rid of one of his like okay, it's super strong. All right, get rid of one of his two useless Eries that no one uses, and
oh
make
my
it one of
god, yeah.
those. Like I've said this
I'd
before.
say
Go on, go on.
I'd say replace Obsidian Gauntlet
Is it
with
the
on.
is it the undetectable?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That way you could run like double Eerie because there's other Eries where you see the aura of survivors who have who are
Torment.
tormented.
Yeah, yeah.
You're rewarded with it for running double Eerie.
Yeah, well, I mean the other thing is like I've said this about pyramid heads. The problem with pyramid head add-ons is very simple, and I think it's something that gets overlooked.
Yeah.
How many of his add-ons affect his M2? I'll I'll
Oh.
give you a hint. It's the only ones people run.
Is it just the range
It's
ones?
just the range ones.
How
Every
many is that,
other
like 3?
every it's yeah, yeah. Every other add-on either affects the trail or the cooldown. That's it.
It's really bad.
That's
I guess I never
why
really thought about it that way.
that's the thing. That's why like people are like, why does he only run the range add-ons? It's not even necessarily because the other add-ons are bad. It's that they're affecting a part of the power no one even really cares about.
Exactly.
Like,
That's why you'll see pyramid heads only run like double range or like the green range and recharge.
yeah, like okay, there's that one. There's a few of the saddest ones that are like if they run over a trail, they're blinded or oblivious or what have you. If they just did it
Right?
so if they're hit with his M2, they're blinded, I can promise you more people would run it.
For sure. Like I know a lot of pyramid head mains who would love something like that.
Like it's that's the thing. It's just it's and okay, I've had this talk with Horser about Nemesis. Um I think with him it's a little different. But that's another problem with Nemesis's add-ons too. None of them affect the whip.
Oh yeah.
Only Liquor Tongue. That's the only one that affects the whip.
And it's not very good.
Yeah. Every other one of either affects the zombies or infection rate or the supply cases.
Yeah,
Like
actually, yeah.
like you have all these add-ons that affect everything around the killer, but not the killer themselves, really.
Give Nemesis range add-ons.
We talked about this. Nemesis is different because we feel the reason for that is because they put a lot of like what the add-ons would have been in his whole mutation system.
Yeah,
Like if he didn't have the mutation system, he probably would have an add-on that lets him break pallets with the whip.
I personally wouldn't mind seeing something like that. That'd be pretty funny.
Um, yeah, I've had ideas for like an iridescent pyramid add-on. This is one of my coolest add-on ideas I think I've ever had, where it changes from being a straight line to shooting in a cone, but it halves the range.
We're pretty cool. Be like burst damage almost.
Yeah, I love that idea. And like that's like I said, that's the problem with his. It's like with Pig. It's like we were talking about. A lot of the add-ons are the bear traps.
Yeah, like none of them really affect her like ambush hits. They
Yeah,
just affect like how fast it charges up or how fast she goes while during it.
yeah. It's like people have been complimenting behavior recently on like the add-ons for killers, and it's like like Chucky and Wesker have often been said like they have like some of the best designed add-ons in the game, and the reason for that is because they have some add-ons that affect this part of their power, some that affect this part of their power, some that affect this part of their power. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
there's
it's
an add-on setup for like every way you want to play.
exactly.
Um, I would argue Chucky is missing a blindness add-on, which it irritates me to no end for no reason.
Is he
Uh,
missing a blindness add-on?
no, yeah, he doesn't have a blind. He doesn't have a lot of. The only status effect add-on he has is the scalpel, or not the scalpel, the razor, the hemorrhage and
It's the
mangle.
only one?
It's the only one. There's no other status effect ones.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
that's weird.
it's so
I
strange.
I only played Chucky like just to get his achievements. I haven't played him
Yeah, he
ever.
has. There's a
Really?
yeah, there's a brown add-on he has called the scalpel that makes blood stains brighter. I would just love it if they swap that to blindness for 30 seconds after hitting them with slice and dice.
So it's like Bloodhound, but like as a add-on.
Yes, I have a build on him I call Better Victor, where
Better Victor.
I run that.
That's actually kind of funny.
um, yeah, because like I mean, he has a lot of really. It's funny because everyone praises his add-ons, but he has a lot of bad ones too that no one really talks about. Uh,
Yeah.
there's one called Good Guy Eyes that makes it so you see when you're in hidey ho mode, uh, you see the auras of windows and down pallets within I forget the exact range. I think it's 16 meters. Um, the idea that I thought they were going because I tested this. I did a whole video testing this. I thought the idea with it was, oh, that's the exact range slice and dice is, so you know when to start charging it, so you can scamper under it from it and extend the dash. No, slice and dice only goes about 12 meters.
Oh,
So
well,
it doesn't even help with that. So yeah, a lot of his browns are just like I know they're browns, but like they're just so I don't even want to say bad. They're just useless.
yeah. I think isn't Good Guy Box like the only really good one?
It's not even good, but it does something.
What's that do again?
It lowers your terror radius by 4 or 6 meters. I can't remember offhand. When you're in when Heidi Ho's on cooldown.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, which means you get 20 seconds of a smaller terror radius.
It's not too bad. Pair that with Monitor and Abuse.
Yeah, but 9 times out of 10, if you're in Heidi Ho mode, you're chasing somebody. At least you should be. And then once it goes off cooldown, you're probably still chasing that person, so it's not really even doing anything.
That's fair. That's
Yeah,
true.
it has a use. It does. I've used it before, but he has another one called Silk Pillow that basically does the same thing. The only difference is it increases the charge time of Slice and Dice by 75%.
Oh, so
Um,
that was just better.
it is, and honestly, the this is one of those cases where it's a downside, but in reality, it's actually not even a downside most of the time. Because the here's the thing about the charge time being longer, it gives you more time to line up your shot.
Oh yeah,
So
I can imagine. Yeah,
yeah, so like it's like you won't mess up as much. Don't get me wrong, there are times when like you'll be like, I could have hit that if I charged it faster. It also means you can fake better, which is something I do a lot. Because they
not the
still
M2 faking.
well because with Chucky he does the yeah before he goes. And
Oh yeah.
because the silk pillow makes it longer, they actually hear the full yaw like before you go instead of like right as you go. So like you can fake it better with that add-on. It's great. It's a little niche thing I like to do sometimes. I don't know. It's not always the best thing, but like watching survivors try to dart out of the way is hilarious. Um.
Still gross. I don't like M2 faking.
Oh, you would hate how I play Deathslinger then.
Oh, don't tell me.
You don't
Are
like.
you? Do you also play that way at Pyramid Head?
Not all. No. Well, okay. Okay. Here's how I play Pyramid Head. I try to go for
Mhm.
M2s. Um,
Okay.
unless I clearly see the person I'm going against I can't hit, then I zone. Um,
Don't
if
worry.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't. When I play Pyramid Head, I don't usually M1. I just try and just go for punishment shots the entire time.
Mhm. I mean
Like that's all I do.
that's fair. So okay, Deathslinger.
Oh no.
I'm gonna lose so much social karma for this. So the way I have a video on this from like 2 years ago. The way I play Deathslinger most of the time is normal. However, every now and again I will play the. Do you know the ADS movement speed add-ons?
Yeah, Watson poster.
Yeah, there's another one too. I think it's Jaw Smasher or something. I run those two add-ons. They increase your movement speed by 3%, so you go up to 93%. Um, so what I'll do is I'll run those, and I'll run uh, Infectious Fright, Save the Best for Last, um, Brutal Strength, and I forget the last perk. It doesn't. The last perk doesn't really. I think it's Deadlock just for some slowdown. And I never fire my gun the entire match.
Really?
I literally just walk at you with the gun raised, watch you try to dodge it, and just eventually catch up because I'm fast.
Oh my lord, I hate that.
And then
I genuinely do.
I run Infectious Fright because usually someone's nearby. So then while they're on the ground, then I go for the other person. And don't get let me rephrase that. I do take shots, but only after the conditioning has worked. Because after they realize I'm not shooting for about the first like two gens popping or whatever, like the first half of the match, they
Right.
stop dodging.
That's kind of funny, actually.
It's so it works so it shouldn't work as well as it does. It really shouldn't. The cool thing about it too is it means the stabiffle changes they did, that everyone's complaining about in Deathslinger don't affect that build. I'm not shooting.
Fair.
Speaking of stabiffle, stabiffle on pig.
Don't run it.
Did you run it before?
Do not. No. Sorry, one sec. Uh, yes, but not often. I ran it for like a few times just because it's like it was one of I will say it was one of her better perks. But I'm a very avid person on saying don't run Stibiffle on pig
Right. I mean,
because it's the whole it's like the whole case with like
demo.
Demogorgon using old Stibiffle
Oh,
because you're not learning her ambush at all. You're just learning how to use it on in certain scenarios.
yeah. I mean, there's a. It's one of those things. It's like if you're actively going in, knowing how to use it, I think it's fine. But because I think there's a way to use it and still like use her ambush as well. Because
Well, I for sure agree with
I
that.
think Stabiffle runs into the problem of people try to keep their stacks too much. I think it's always
Yeah,
had this problem.
they
I'm a,
see they see the they see the eight stacks and just shut off their brains.
yeah, I'm a huge Stabiffle fan. I run it on almost every killer. Even after the nerf, even though I still don't think the nerf was enough, and I think it actually caused more problems than it
No,
fixed. Uh,
for sure.
anyways, I run it on a lot of killers, and I've said this for years. 4 stacks is all you need. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah,
eight is great. It's amazing when you have it, but 4 stacks is all you really realistically need. Um, like because I used to play Deathslinger and I'd use it on Pyramid Head because I'm a degenerate. I'd use it on
it's
demo.
gross.
I use it on Chucky. But like I don't avoid the obsession. I don't only go like even before the nerf. I didn't only go for M2 hits on the obsession to not lose stacks.
Right.
Right?
I
It's like if I can get the hit, I'm gonna get the hit. It's
I
more of
got
a
a friend who
go ahead.
I got a friend who always uses like who always used Stabiful like pre-nerf,
Mhm.
and his whole thing was, oh, I go for the obsession first, and uh, then I'll go and try to get stacks.
Yeah. I mean that's one way you can do it if you can guarantee it. I mean, yeah, usually finding the obsession first with Stabify is actually usually the best scenario you can have. Um,
Exactly.
Most of the time, there's niche cases. I've said this
And then you'll
before.
still have.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I was gonna say what they should have done to Stabify was make it so the obsession changes at 8 stacks. Because I think the way they changed it just encourages people to avoid the obsession more.
Yeah, for sure. Like I don't know what they were thinking when it came to that. I liked the old stipulation I had where they lost a health state by any means.
Yeah, I like that too. Once again, it was a cool interaction.
Yeah, like it was a really cool interaction, but it was like, no, that's too
Well,
much fun for you guys.
well, it was a cool. Once again, same thing with the any means necessary thing. It's like it was a cool interaction that's probably not going to happen every match, and like only if they happen to be bringing that You know what I mean? It's
Exactly. Yeah.
like oh, they brought
Like
plot twist. They completely countered my Stabiffle. Yeah,
yeah.
like they didn't know you were
That's,
bringing Stabiffle, and you didn't know they were bringing plot twist. Like it's just a cool
like
thing.
that's the point. That's the point.
I, it's so strange. Like I really hope they hit Stabiffle. Like it's funny because they've been hyping up these
I
changes
agree.
so long. I was expecting so much more, and I need to make this clear. I love Stab. It is probably my favorite perk in the game, and if even I am like, no, you guys didn't nerf it enough. Like, I don't like. I don't even think it's that strong. I just think it encourages a gameplay style that's not fun.
Yeah, and like if the killer has like 8 stacks of Sabiffle and they're like hard camping the obsession,
Yeah.
you're not gonna get that save.
No, no, and you know, I've done that thing where like I showed how much Tabiffle actually affects in a straight line. Um, it's not as much as you would think, but I understand that's not every situation. But I was just trying to make a point with that it's not like this ungodly perk that lets you get 2 insta hits. But I do understand the problem with camping. With it,
Yeah.
but once again, that's not even. It's one of those things. It's like it's not even really Stabiffle's fault.
Oh, it's the player fault, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's like when Hillbilly got reworked, it's like everyone was like, all Hillbillies are doing is camping and tunneling, and it's like that's not Hillbilly's fault.
It's the players.
It's like they can't change how the players play. Like it's just they can
And
try.
that's why I get yeah. That's why I get so upset when I see people, or I wouldn't say so upset, but it does make me a little sad when I see people say like, "Oh, this pig brought a head pop build, and she camped and tunneled me out at like 5 gens. Nerf the pig." And it's just like, that's not the pig's fault.
Yeah. Well,
That is just the player playing her that way.
yeah. It's like people. There's a stereotype with Nemesis where like he only like tunnels people out. It's like that's not
Yeah,
because
like
he's Nemesis. It's because a lot of people
it's
who
just the player.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's like because I guess a lot of people who like tunneling happen to play Nemesis. That's just I don't
yeah. It's just I don't know.
well,
It's less of a killer issue and more of a player issue
yeah,
at that point.
I'm a huge advocate for people who come off hook not having body collision. I'm a huge advocate for that.
I'm okay with that
I
for
always
sure.
have been. Don't get me wrong, I have tunnel. However,
Oh, I always do.
I usually don't.
I should reiterate that.
Hmm.
I try not to tunnel.
Yeah, same.
Like I don't find it fun
Hmm.
to tunnel and just camp someone out. But if I have like 3 hooks at like 2 gens, I'm going to tunnel.
But even then, like, I mean, you've been in my streams. You know, I don't care that much.
Yeah, no.
So it's like,
I know you
it's
just want to
like,
go for some sick plays.
yeah. So it's like 9 times out of 10, it's like I'm not trying. It's like that's why like when people accuse me of tunneling, like that one guy did, it kind of upsets me so much because it's like, bro, I wasn't even thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just
It's like I don't
following the barbecue and chili, and she happened to show up in front of me. Like,
Exactly.
I'm not just gonna like not hit her, you know?
It's like tunneling and camping is like not even that big of a deal anyway, at least in my opinion. Like people play the game how they want. If they want to tunnel and they want to camp,
I mean,
you know,
I
who
agree.
cares?
I agree. It's boring and can be frustrating, but at the same time, it's like,
I could agree with that. Yeah.
the boring arguments. It's funny. You know how people say they don't like doing gens.
Yeah.
My question with tunneling has always been, okay, you don't like doing gens and you don't like being tunneled. So, what do you want after the hook then? Do you just want the killer to? You don't want to do the gen. You just said you don't. You don't like doing it, and you also don't like being tunneled. So like, you don't want the killer to chase you. Is it you just want to be healed and then be chased? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think people who hate tunneling, like they're usually the quote unquote juicers of the group,
Mm-hmm.
and then they get down in like 2 seconds. But hey, that's I'm not gonna get into that.
I mean,
uh,
yeah. Well,
but like
because
they don't like tunneling because then they'll be like, oh, I'm being tunneled. I'm injured and I have deep wound, and my dead heart's not gonna be up because I'm in deep wound.
mm-hmm.
So that's like a whole other thing. They want to like get healed and then go back into chase.
Yeah, yeah, I suppose that's what it is. It's like, but even then, I hear people like, because like with that example of that guy who accused me of tunneling, it's like if that's the example of tunneling is like going right after them after hook, I didn't even tunnel her then. You
Yeah,
know what I
no,
mean?
I think you hooked like two people before her.
No, no, I hooked her and then I hooked somebody else and then I went back.
Oh, right, right,
Yeah,
right, right.
but it's like she didn't have deep wounds, so it was more than 10 seconds. She was in the basement of the
Yeah,
building. It's like, I mean, technically, I downed her again, I guess, but like, yeah, that's the other problem with it. I've always had is like no one like I know what tunneling is. At least I like to think I do. To me, tunneling is literally the moment they come off hook, you're going after them.
yeah, for sure.
Like there is
Like
no other objective in your mind other than going right after them.
like off hook, just straight into it.
Yeah, to me that's tunneling, but to some, I've heard tunneling just being like, uh, they're the next person you down, no matter what happened, even if you can't find anybody else.
The word tunneling has been so overused that it's just lost its true meaning.
Yeah, well, people will accuse some people of tunneling the entire team. It's like, by definition, you.
That's not tunneling. That's just them playing the game.
No, 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 no. You tunnel this guy, then this guy, then this guy, then me. Okay, well, if
I
I,
uh I love tunneling all four people at once. Don't
yeah,
you?
totally. So yeah, 100%. I can't wait till the killer who drops a nuclear bomb comes out, and I can just tunnel everybody at one time. Like, and then they just all die. It's gonna be amazing when
Yeah,
that happens.
it's so great. Yeah.
Um, God, we've been talking about pig changes for like an hour. Um, I think basically you just want everything changed on her just to make her better. It sounds like.
Yeah, like buff her ambush mechanic a little bit. Like make those three add-ons base kit.
Hmm.
Make her more useless add-ons, like just reworked entirely, and then just like revert the tear radius nerf and uh up her crush movement speed.
Yeah, I'm really excited for what they're gonna do because
I am too.
if it's even half of what they did for Hillbilly, like I think I'll be happy. And I don't. And
So
this is coming from someone who doesn't play her that much. And like I don't. I hated Billy before the rework. By the way, despised him. He's my.
I I,
Yeah,
I can't play Billy at all.
he's my third. He's my trip or what's the word? What's after tertiary?
I have no idea. You're
What
asking the wrong person.
whatever the third thing is. Like I have Chucky's my main, Singularity's my secondary, and then Billy's whatever. I guess tertiary is after that. Yeah,
I suppose, yeah.
yeah. Billy's my third now. He went from my most hated killer to one of my favorites, just because of how the rework
I
did
still
him.
have yet to try new Billy.
Oh, he's fun. I love it.
Yeah, because I was going to try him out, and then I got sick with COVID.
It's such, and I went over this. I've gone over this. It's such pinnacle of game design in the sense that instead of punishing you, they're rewarding you for doing the thing they want you to do.
I think my only issue with Billy is double cooldown because he could just zone you into a he could just like
Yeah,
use his chainsaw, completely miss, and then he just gets rewarded for it so much. Like that's my
yeah,
only issue with it.
yeah.
Other than that, he looks fun
Yeah, I think it's gonna be it's also a map design issue in a sense too, because it's like
a little bit.
if there was less dead zones in the game, then that wouldn't be as much of a problem, you know?
Yeah,
Like
for sure.
yeah, because like if he does that right next to a loop or a window or something, like it's not like he's really doing much with it. Um,
It's just like there's not a lot you could do if a Billy just does that to you.
yeah. I mean, Chucky does the same.
Even if it's not a dead zone, he could just still hit you before you get to a pallet.
Yeah. My point though is like they encouraged you more to once because back when I used to play old Billy, you know, I would only go for the chainsaws if like I knew I would get a hit with it.
Yeah,
Now because of how overdrive works, it's like I'm going for them even if I have no chance in hell of landing a hit. Because of the overdrive mechanic, because I feel like I'm being rewarded for even trying.
exactly. Yeah, I think the Billy changes were really good. I'm hoping they bring some of the love they gave to Billy and put it into Pig a little bit.
Yeah, I think Pig
'Cause she
much.
needs it.
Yeah, once again, I think Pig much like Billy is one of those killers who's like they kind of deserve it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Billy has been like a laughing stock for like 3 years.
Yeah, and
Like
then
not the
Pig's also up
yeah
there as well.
yeah, and same with Pig. It's like they just I don't care if they immediately nerf it like a month later. Like like give Pig her month, you know?
Yeah, please.
Like 1 month of
Uh,
Pig being the best killer in the game, I'll take it.
I would be so happy with that.
um
Like they could like revert all the changes back at that point. I'd be like, ah, that month was really good.
yeah, because I'm a huge advocate of like games having like these stories that like can be told years later. Um
Yeah,
and League has a lot of those. A lot of live service games have a lot of those where like this character got buffed so much they became the best character in the game for like 2 weeks. Like I love those kinds of stories. And Dead by Daylight doesn't really ever get that because
uh,
a lot of killers kind of either come out busted or kind of just stick to where they are on the tier list. At least it seems so. It's like Chucky's like
yeah.
high A tier, right? It's like unless they come out tomorrow and like demonstrably nerf the man, like I seriously don't see him ever going too far down.
I don't either. No, his slice and dice is really good. His scamper's really
Broken,
good for what it
broken.
is.
Just say broken. It's fine.
Yeah,
um,
I hate scamper so much. Like I know they're never gonna get rid of it, but I hate it so
I
much.
hate it too. I play the fucking guy and I hate it. Um,
I, I just hate it. Every single Chucky just doesn't go for slice of dice. They just bring hard hat and just scamper to pilot the entire time.
wait, they're bringing hard hat.
And they bring hard hat, then go into power, like scamper, and then just get a free hit
Oh,
like all the time.
if they're bringing hard hat, I can tell you the counter.
Please.
Run forward.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go then.
Yeah, because he gets taken out of hidey ho. He can't slice and dice you.
So the fact of the matter that it
Yeah,
happens.
yeah, I know. Yeah, well, because I've had this argument with plenty of people. Hard hat is probably his worst add-on. Like, I think it's worse than even like his brown ones.
Yeah,
Because
for sure.
literally, the counter is just run away. The moment you see him act, if you know he has hard hat, the moment you see him activate hidey ho near a pallet, run the fuck away. There's nothing he can do. He's still
Yeah.
hunter speed. Um, that's why most Chucky players will tell you not to run hard hat because 9 times out of 10, if you were gonna get the hit because of hard hat, you were gonna get the hit with slice and dice, and now you don't have a pallet to use as a springboard. Like
All right.
yeah,
I'll have to keep that in mind actually.
yeah, it hurts him more than it helps him. It's just yeah, it's just like running shoes. Running shoes, the one that gives you 3% movement speed after a scamper. Um, I think it like if the survivor is running in a straight line, you'll catch up to them. I think it's like 2 seconds faster.
Really?
Yeah, it's really not that good. The only time it's good, and this is another thing to counter Chucky. You know, trash loops that most people say are very bad for probably every killer in the game. Like those really short ones that can easily be mind gamed.
Oh, like the edge map ones on Azzy's.
Yeah. Like the ones that are like, it's like a very small rock, a pallet, and a very small rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, like those. If a Chucky is scamper braining you and all he's doing is scampering to get hits, loop those.
Okay.
He will never get you.
Understood.
If he's scampering, he will never get you.
All right. Cool.
Yeah,
Well, now I know.
yeah.
Thank you.
Well, the thing is, I tell that to people and they're like, it doesn't make any sense. The loops that Scamper thrives on are the ones that people try to that work on every other killer. Because like
Okay.
a long wall jungle gym, for example, he's going to scamper, slice and dice, and hit you because he has that range and that speed to catch up. On the junk loops like that, he can't slice and dice without going off into the middle of fucking nowhere, and he can't catch up to you because he's 110.
It's actually really funny.
Yeah, it's it's really weird that way. I've noticed this because those are the loops I struggle on the most when I try to scamper. It's junk loops. Also,
Oh,
never
I
go
didn't
to
think.
never go to Shaq against Chucky. He will win.
Yeah, I found out the hard way.
Yeah, unless you're an absolute god at predictions, he will win. Um,
Yeah, I'm not even that good a survivor.
yeah, I know a few people who have beaten me at Shaq as Chucky, but 9 times out of 10 he will win that. Um, but yeah, I'm excited for the big changes, like all the changes they're doing as far as that. The only ones
I
I'm
am
like,
too.
go ahead.
Uh, uh, I'm excited for them too. I'm just holding like a little sliver of doubt, just because like I don't want to get too excited.
Yeah,
But
I'm curious what they're going to change about Mangled.
I am too.
That's probably
That's a really weird one that they're changing.
yeah, of all of the changes, that's the one where I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah, it's
Like, no one is anyone
out of the
complaining
blue.
about Mangled?
Not that I know of.
Like,
Like, I can understand it's annoying, but like most people just nowadays run will make it.
yeah. Like, I've never heard anyone
Like
complain about. I've heard more people complain about Hemorrhage than Mangled.
uh, autodidact like completely counters Sloppy Butcher.
Yeah, who the fuck is running?
I know that's what I'm saying. That's one of my favorite Survivor perks in the game, and no one runs it.
Actually, I love Out of That Act. It's probably my favorite
That's I do
too.
too.
Um,
It's a really fun perk.
and the new perk with Alan Wake makes it even better, and I love it. Uh,
I still have yet to try that, but yeah,
I need to. I still need to level up Alan. The Hunter changes are still weird. I don't understand why she's on that list.
I I don't
Like,
know what they're gonna do
once
to her.
again,
I'm kind of scared.
Demogorgon is like, okay, I'm pretty sure I know what they're doing. Like, I have a general thought process. Uh, especially with Xenomorph. Pretty. Once again, someone's gonna fucking nitpick this argument. They're just better Xenomorph or a worse Xenomorph. Like,
But Morgan?
yeah,
Yeah, I could somewhat agree with that.
yeah.
I think it's mainly because Xenomorph's tail strike hitbox is really weird. It just feels clunky.
I just mean like in like how they play.
Yeah,
Like they're pretty. I don't know. That's just a me thing. So like in my mind, it's like they're updating him to like bring him back up to her standards.
yeah.
But yeah, like Huntress being on there. There's one other killer on there. I don't remember. Clown and
Uh,
Doctor. Please be
oh yes, Clown and Doctor.
Please be accessibility changes.
I don't know what accessibility changes or what accessibility issues there are with Doctor, but I hope there's something for Clown.
Headaches, migraines.
People get, I don't think I've ever heard of that actually.
I
I'm not doubting that it happens, but
yeah. I mean, yeah, no, it's headaches and migraines from the and seizures.
really
Well,
seizures. Okay, wow.
not seizures, but epileptic issues because of the flashing.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I apologize to anyone who experiences that. I just whenever I equate seizures, I think of epileptic seizures, and it just yeah, I use them interchangeably, and I shouldn't.
not like doubt. I'm not. I wasn't trying to like doubt the validity of the Doctor accessibility things. I've never once heard of anything like that.
It's not talked about that often because Doctor isn't played that much.
That's true.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's the same reason like the clown discourse doesn't get brought up too often. But it does get brought up. You know what I mean? Because clown isn't the
Yeah,
most.
I don't know. I see a lot of clowns.
I
A lot more than I want to.
well, I think for a while there, because I think there was like a massive surge of them because of Made for This.
Oh yeah.
Because he was the one M1 killer that didn't care. He did not give a fuck about Made for This.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh Lord.
which is really funny to think about. Of all the killers that was like technically kind of more powerful during that time, it was Clown.
Yeah, that's it's still so weird to think about.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm assuming for those two it's just accessibility changes. I because I think power wise they're both fine. Um,
Yeah.
I don't think like they're super. This is coming from someone who mains clown or used to main clown. I don't think like they're super good, but I also don't think they're like especially clown. I don't think they're as terrible as people make them out to be.
Oh yeah, they definitely have like their strong points.
Well, on top of that, like people say this all the time. Go watch Aranad or like a really good clown player. You will change your mind in about 5 minutes on how good they actually are.
For sure.
If Clown is one of those characters that if you know exactly what you're doing, they are so oppressive. Like,
Yeah, it's
and you can make that argument for any killer, but I think Clown more so.
good clowns are really scary to think about.
Yeah, they know.
Just like the like him using his powers so well.
Yeah, so well, so fluidly, knowing when to reload and when not. Um,
Exactly.
like even like I talked about this before. Like there's a lot of little things clowns like good clown players do that no one even thinks about. Like Midwich is a good example. Did you know Clown can pretty much win every single loop on Midwich because it's inside?
Really. Oh yeah, I guess that would make more sense just because like his cloud bottles. Yeah.
Yeah, he just chucks it at the ceiling on every loop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just wins.
yeah, he just wins. Almost every. I know Midwich is still a killer sided map, but yeah, he pretty much wins every loop easier than every other killer in the game.
I do like Midwich a lot with Pig, just because there's a lot of fun places to ambush there.
Yeah. Plus, I like Midwich because it's kind of dark, so it
Yeah.
yeah.
I hate
Uh,
playing on it as Survivor though.
so I was gonna go over builds. I'm curious, is there because I've been watching the gameplay in the background. Is their whole Ruin Grim Embrace monitor undying? Is that like a new thing, or is that
Yeah, I was testing out some waters. I still think Ruin Undying is still really, really good on Pig.
yeah?
Like I still think that she's one of the few killers that could get like a lot of value with that perk.
I think her and Nemesis, I think also gets a lot of value from it.
For sure, Nemesis too. Yeah, I use it on him a little bit as well.
Hmm.
Um, and Grim Embrace is just I've always liked Grim Embrace, but before it was always just a not very good perk.
Hmm.
But now that I got buffed recently, it feels really good to have it on Pig now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that's more so my quote unquote sweaty Pig build.
Mhm.
Uh, I have like a fun Pig build where I use machine learning, batteries included, deadlock, and pop.
Yeah, that's. I think. Wait, do you no play with your food?
It's kind of hard to get value with play with your food on Pig like that because I've tried it so many times and it's just like either I don't see the accession at all
Hmm.
or I just don't get a chance to use my play with your food stacks.
Fair. And you also lose one on ambushes, don't you?
Yeah, once the ambush is like finished and you use one, or
Hmm.
then you lose one. But
Yeah.
I use that build a lot with her last will add-on, which increases her ambush movement speed by 6%,
Mhm.
and workshop grease.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the one that isn't
Yeah,
that
I, I
the charge time?
yeah, it increases the charge time of ambushes by 33%, I think.
I think it's 60.
No,
Is it 66? I thought it was 66. I thought they changed it.
oh, I don't quite remember,
Um,
but
it
it
makes it
increases the
faster.
charge speed,
Yeah.
and then it reduces the miss cooldown for ambush attacks by
Mm.
25%.
Uh, okay. Speaking of percentages, while we're at this, this is a me calling out every game developer in the world, particularly behavior. Um, Can you please add a thing that tells me if the percentage is multiplicative or additive? Thank you. Please. For the love of God, it is so hard to understand what increasing 25% actually means when you don't tell me if it's multiplying it or adding it.
For increasing by 6%.
Yeah, like do you mean it's adding 6% or multiplying 6%? I need to know. That's a difference. It's a huge difference.
That's a huge difference.
Like, and
Uh,
for those who don't know math, by the way, with percentages, here is how multiplicative and additive work. If you are adding a percentage to, if you're adding 6% to 25%, it goes up to 31%. If you're multiplying 6% so you're increasing it multiplicatively, you take 6% of 25 and then add that, which is like 2.
Actually, I had no idea about that.
Yeah, it's like a whole 2. Yeah, yeah. My problem is most games don't tell you which one they're doing when they say it, and it's so infuriating. Um, it's not that big. Like if like let's say it's 100% and like it increases it by 25, it doesn't matter then. It's the same no matter what. But it's like when like something's like 88% and this increases it by 20%, it's like, okay, there is 2 possible numbers that this changes it to, and I need to know. Yeah, percentage math sucks. I hate it.
I'm just not very good at math. Once I hit algebra 2, that was like my peak
Yeah,
in high school. I
well,
can't do anything past that.
yeah. Well, the thing is, because with most things in this game, it's an additive bonus.
Yeah,
Like batteries included increases your movement speed by 5%. So it's adding it, even though it says that's the other thing with this too. You know how I just said by 5%.
yeah.
So
That means like multiple
that means
or
multiplying.
multiplicative, right?
If you say it's being multiplied, you add it.
I hate math.
And if you have an addition symbol next to it, it means you multiply the
Hate
percentage
math.
of it. So
I looked it up. I looked it up because I was curious.
uh-huh.
Workshop grease increases the charge speed of the ambush dash attack by 50%.
50. Oh, so it just halves it basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wait, wait. By 50%?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It halves it. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
You see why this is a problem?
Yeah, this is a big problem. Behavior police, if you're listening.
because I'm gonna explain it. What's the base speed of an ambush charge? I'm doing this fucking
Uh,
math because this irritates me so much.
I have it right here. The base speed.
Yes, the base
Uh,
charge speed.
base char 0.75 seconds.
It's what?
0.75 seconds.
Okay. If you increase, if you're doing a multiplicative increase of 50%, that would be 50% of that number added to it. So it will be 7.5. Half of that is 3.25. So it increases it by 3.25 seconds, or decreases it by
Oh,
3.25.
it's 0.75.
What? Oh, the charge
Uh,
speed?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then it would decrease it by 0.35 or 325. But if it's 50%, it's literally half of what it is taken off, which would be the same.
I hate math.
Yeah,
I hate
okay,
it so
whatever.
much.
I probably fucked that up. There's a math major listening to this, I bet, who's like, fucking idiot. Don't blame me because percentages are confusing, okay? Anyways.
They always are.
Yeah, like, and once video games don't make it any easier. I hate it so much.
Oh, I don't trust me.
It would be so much easier if you just showed me what it equals.
I'm a Souls guy. Like,
Yeah.
if there's anyone who understands, it's me.
Yeah. Well, because it's like, okay, you could say it decreases it by 50%. Or, hear me out. Just tell me what it changes it to.
Yeah, that would please. I beg.
Like, instead of saying it cuts it in half, just tell me what half is. So I don't have to do the math in my head. Like
whip out like the
it's better.
pencils and paper on that one.
Yeah, it's like it's better than it used to be when they used to say like slightly and shit, but like, oh man, it's yeah. I hate percentages.
I was never good at them. I know I could like tell you what like I can tell you what like 25% off of like this for like an item or whatever. I can tell you what like the new price or like the new
Mm.
number would be. I can't do like additive or multiplicative to it at all.
Well, I mean, then it gets more complicated when you're like, okay, does this stack? Because then you're going to be like, okay, well, this one's multiplicative and this one's an additive stack. So does it happen before or after this one?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, now I don't know if it's worse or better. And then it's like, because, well, granted, because a lot of the movement speed buffs in this game, I think I'm pretty sure all of them are just added or multiplicative bonuses. Or I'm sorry, yeah, multiplicative, but they just because like batteries included is a 5% increase, so you go from 115 to 120. It's not 115 to fucking yeah. A multiplicative or an additive increase of that would literally be like not even a percent.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be like 1.25% or some shit. Like I'm doing math off my head. People don't fucking berate me for this. And once again, if I confuse multiplicative and additive, blame the guy who invented it because that motherfucker, he did it on purpose.
I
Okay,
got some words.
yeah, he did it on purpose. I know he did it on purpose. This man was like, I'm gonna make all these students in high school want to think they're dead. Okay, um, same with the guy who invented the fucking eye. For those who took algebra 3, you know what I'm talking about. Fucking goddamn imaginary numbers, really?
Imaginary numbers.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I was lucky. My high school didn't go up to algebra 3.
Yeah.
It was just algebra 2.
Yeah. Algebra 3 throws in, I shit you not, imaginary numbers.
I love that.
Yeah. It's a number that can't exist. That's what it means.
That's really stupid.
Yeah. It's basically just -0. It's an
That's
imagine.
really
It
stupid.
can't
I
exist.
hate that.
Yeah. I hate it too. Don't worry. And I think everyone does. It just overcomplicates things, and you almost never use it for anything. But it is a math fundamental for some reason.
I'm good at algebra. I'm good at algebra, but I have not once used it at all in my daily life ever since graduating high school.
You use it more than you think you do. Just not the way you were taught.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing with a lot of it. Yeah. On top of that, bitch, I have a calculator in my pocket. All right, you lied
All
to
right.
me. You lied.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say.
Do they even say that to kids anymore?
I don't know.
Like they can't, right? Because that's a blatant lie.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, it's a blatant lie nowadays. Yeah, I remember when every teacher was saying that.
Yeah, they can't even
Was saying that
they
to their
can't even
students.
say the stuff where it's like you're not just gonna be able to pull out a dictionary out of your pocket. Mine used to say that all the time too. Like, welcome to the future.
Luckily,
I got
luckily, I was really good
I got the whole Library of Alexandria in my pocket.
at.
I can tell you I can tell you the weather in Australia right now.
Oh yeah, tell me what it is.
My phone sucks, so it might take a minute, but I can do it. Uh, okay. We kind of glossed over builds, but like, yeah, just pretty much like your try hard builds. It's a little bit more
Yeah,
unique though. It sounds than what most people are doing.
I try to make my builds more unique in that regard. I don't like something about me is I actually really hate running more than 2 slowdowns. Like if it's like 3, then it's just like I barely just like okay, yeah, I could handle it, but barely. But if I'm running 4, I was like, okay, well, I'm not really winning because of skill. I'm winning because I have 4 slowdowns.
Well, considering the killer you're playing, I find that extremely admirable. I really do. But then again, you could argue she has a slowdown in her kit, so it's
Yeah, that's why Ruin and Undying is still so good on her.
Mm-hmm.
I got like another build where I use like Corrupt, Deadlock, Pain Res, and I'll sometimes either use Brutal Strength or Bamboozle
Not a fan of lethal.
on her.
Not a fan of lethal, it seems.
Not on pig, no,
Oh, fair enough.
because I because I what was I talking? Oh yes, because I've run into so many distortion people
Oh, fair.
that it doesn't. That I just I hate it.
Yeah,
I
that's.
don't bring aura reading perks on killers I play a whole lot anymore.
If I do, I bring so many distortion. Usually gets run through most of the time. Um, Honestly, it's funny. I found barbecue and chili actually runs through more or gets rid of distortion faster than you think it does. Um,
Yeah, and they'll you'll just have people hiding around the corner every single time.
yeah. Uh,
There did used to be a time where I used to run hot pain res like
hmm,
all the time on my builds, and I stopped doing that like a while ago. And it's made like
I
a world of difference.
I start doing that on Tuesday with my 50 games of Chucky, and
I
I
wish you luck with that.
well, you don't have to. This is the thing. Once again, I tell people this that I did the no add-on thing, and I'm going to do this the best thing, to see how much of a difference it really makes. And the thing is, the thing I'm afraid of is when I'm done with it. I'm afraid it's not gonna make as much of a difference as some people think it's going to, and then I'm gonna get accused of, well, Chucky's just overpowered. That's why. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's just gonna be like a whole
Yeah, like
debacle after
I
that.
feel like I'm just gonna somehow feed both sides of the narrative. You know, like
Yeah, it's
it. Yeah, it's a lose lose. Unfortunately, I feel. I hope it
it
doesn't
really
end up
is,
that
man.
way, but I'm still gonna have fun with it. Um.
I I tried out the new like Grim Embrace Dead Man Switch and everything
Mhm.
like one time. I was like, yeah, no, I'm never using this again.
I
Like I'll use Grim Embrace just by itself because it's still really good by itself.
Yeah, I like it with pain res or not pain res. I like it with Dead Man Switch, not even necessarily for the slowdown, but because it's info.
Yeah,
It tells you which gen they were on, which I think is really nice. It's just a me thing though. It's just like Grim Embrace knocked them off it, but now if it's still blocked after Grim goes down, you know which gens they were doing, which means you know where to put your pop.
exactly.
And you could
I,
argue where
I
you could do that with like a lot of perks, but like I think it's just easier with that one.
yeah, I nowadays I'll either use pain res or I'll use pop. I don't use them both together.
Mhm.
I haven't run pain res DMS ever since pain res got changed.
Yeah, I mean it's bringing in the topic of should DMS just be nerfed again
I think
because
it's fine where it's at.
I,
It's
once
like
again I think the problem it's one of those things where like I don't think the perk itself is the problem. I just think it causes problems.
it's fine by itself, but paired with other perks, it's a problem.
Yeah, it's just like with buckle up for the people. It's like I don't think those perks on their own are an issue at all. It's just combined.
Yeah, but then you pair them together, yeah, and you just have the most
Yeah,
mind-numbing
yeah,
strategy.
and then it's like okay, well now behavior is in a fucking quandary. What do they do? Do they nerf both one, and then how do we nerf one without making it useless again?
Exactly. It's just one of those things where like I don't think they're ever going to nerf it because it's just so difficult to nerf something like that.
Here's my proposed change, by the way, to make it a little bit better. Just make it so for the people takes 2 seconds before you can instantly get them up.
I wouldn't mind that.
Just
I personally like a few seconds of healing before they could do something like that. I wouldn't mind something like
yeah,
that.
I think it's fine. Um, I don't think it's perfect. It's still like it's still gonna have annoyances sometimes, but like I think it's better, and it still gives the killer a chance. Uh,
Yeah.
the other suggestion I saw was make it so buckle up only works after you've healed somebody, kind of similar to how Lucky Break works. Like where
Yeah.
you regain your charges after you heal. Um,
Yeah. Huh.
that way it can't
Maybe.
because honestly, I actually don't mind the combo that much, except in the early game. I
I
this
yeah.
this is distinct. I can remember this very distinctly. I have a clip of it somewhere. I found someone in the first 20 or no first 10 seconds of the match. I downed them in literally 15 seconds, and someone just came up and buckle up before the people buckle up them, and I lost them. What
It's
what
funny because
what more could I have done?
literally, oh, like, oh, it just runs to Biffle that way. Like, no,
It was the first person.
the first per exactly. It's funny. I was trying to get you the footage from my games last night, and my very first game it was just a four other people buckle up Swift,
Mm-hmm.
and I downed this Cheryl. I downed her within like 15 seconds, and this Leon just came out of fucking nowhere and just like four people buckle up her. I was like, okay, I guess this is how we're playing.
I mean, I guess you could run forced hesitation. I
Yeah,
guess.
but like,
Even
I
then,
guess, but
but if
like,
they're like right there, it's not gonna do anything.
exactly.
Um,
It's there's nothing you could really do about it
yeah,
unless you're playing a
the
killer
thing,
who could deal with it.
yeah,
But
and the thing is, because I tell people this all the time, it's like it's not even that I think it's overpowered. I just think it's super annoying.
it's really annoying.
It's just like a lot of times it feels like I did everything right and yet I didn't.
It's I get punished for doing the right thing
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah, it's
It's just like background player.
yeah. I think background player is a different story. Also, I didn't
Background
even
player is a bit of a different story, but
I don't mind background player as much. I think when it was being ran by everybody for like 2 weeks, it scared the shit out of me. But otherwise, I think it's fine.
I still have a bit of a problem with it just because I will counter people who are trying to go for flashlights or pallet saves perfectly, and it won't matter because one person or everybody has background player.
Yeah,
So I just get punished for doing the I just get punished for doing the correct thing.
yeah, and I think I because with background player, it's like because I didn't even know this. Did you know you get exhausted when you're on the hook with background player?
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't even know that. I'm not going to deny that I was unaware of this fact. So like
I wasn't
technically,
aware of that either.
yeah. So like if they're on the hook, because they lose exhaustion when they're on the hook, you pick somebody else up, they get exhausted. So in theory, if you tunnel them, I'm just saying.
Just tunnel. Yeah, that's the age old answer to everything.
Yeah, yeah, just yeah, there you go. It solves all your problems.
Yeah,
Um, we've been kind of talking about this the entire time, though. State of the game, though, like if you would just sum it up, do you think the game is in a good place or
state
not?
uh, bit of a mixed bag. I think personally, it's in a good place
Mm-hmm.
for the most part. Like obviously you have problematic perks, but
I, I
perks don't make up the whole game in my opinion.
I think as an
They're a core part of it,
yeah,
but
I think as an overall like package, the game is in a good state.
I agree.
I think there's like
I do think
go ahead.
the game is in a very good state as of right now. Like it's crazy to me how people still think like the game is survivor sided, but that's like a whole thing I don't want to get into. As of right now, though, I could confidently say that the game is in a good state. A few problematic perk and perk combos here and there, but
Yeah,
other than that,
yeah. Like I said, I think the game like because like I think there's still like the outliers, but I don't think it's as many as it used to be. And I think that's the important distinction. It's like there's still these problems on both sides, but it's like I hear people talk about tunneling all the time, but it's like I really don't think it's as prevalent as some people.
there are ways to counter tunneling,
Yeah, that too.
and
But
like if the
like,
killer is like hell bent on tunneling one person,
mhm.
just like if you can prevent the tunneling, go for it. But if you can't, just let them tunnel.
Yeah, well,
Just let them camp. Do
yeah,
gens.
yeah, and I think another thing is like people, and I get why people think this way, and I know a lot of people play solo queue, so of course you're going to. I think people think of this game way too much in the 1v1 situations. It's
Yeah,
like if one person gets tunneled out and camped to death, and you three of you get out, the killer lost.
yeah,
Like I know it sucks for the one guy, it really does, and I understand that, but y'all won.
yeah. Like who cares at that point? Like the killer got like at most the killer would get like a 2K at the end of the game.
Yeah. Well,
At
because
most.
I think the big issue with it though is like it's the killer's win condition is for most people it's a 3K, right? That's the killer win condition
Right.
for most people. I mean, there's
3K, 4Ks are
yeah.
winning.
Um, for the survivors, though, as a team, a win is a 3 out. As an individual, your win is you surviving.
Exactly.
And I think that's the problem. Because I don't think there's any way to, like, especially like I said, a lot of most people play solo queue, so of course them getting out is going to be their win condition, right? Most
Exactly.
most most people aren't out here like, yeah, my team got out. I'm not gonna say everyone's that selfish, but you know what I mean.
Exactly.
And
Like,
I think that's the issue when people are like looking at this game, and I think it's why a lot of opinions on both sides are the way they are.
the I don't personally find anything wrong with tunneling within, good reason, but like if you want to tunnel, just go for it.
Right.
But like I do understand how it can be not fun for the other side, but at the same time, there are ways to prevent tunneling. There are like the game gives you tools to prevent tunneling. Off the record, decisive strike, dead hard. Hell, even like made for this.
I'm especially made for this. There's a lot of times I'll deep wound somebody and I won't chase them because I don't want to risk them having made for this.
Exactly.
Um, yeah, it's just one of those. It's just like, and don't get me wrong, they're not all
It's
perfect things. It's like, oh well, I have to bring these perks in to stop it. Yeah, unfortunately,
right.
yes. It's the same reason. It's
Unfortunately, yeah.
the same way with killers. Like it's like people are like, killers complain about gens going fast. Well, just bring 4 slowdowns. So I have to bring these
That it's
perks.
it's a vicious cycle, yeah.
Yeah,
Nobody wins.
yeah, it's unfortunate, and it's one thing I've kind of liked about the new game mode. If there's something I can say I actually really enjoy about it, is that
I
um,
played a few matches of it and I do really enjoy it.
I once again I think people because I was talking about how I didn't, or I was talking about a lot of the problems it has, and people were like, "Oh, so you hate it?" No, I didn't say that. I'm giving feedback on some of the issues it has. It's like people were talking about tunneling being more prevalent during it, and I really don't think it was people being sweaty. I think it was legitimately people couldn't find anybody.
Exactly. Because
um,
everyone's just hiding the entire time.
yeah, I liked the idea of no perks. I thought that was really fun for a while because it was a nice change of pace. It was so nice to not have to be like in my head being like, oh, do they have balanced? Do they have dead hard? Are they looking behind them too much? Are they gonna light this window? Um, you know, and then on the survivor side, it's like I don't have to worry about pain res, pop, deadlock. I don't like there's I don't have to worry about any hexes. Like there's so much that it kind of like adds a lot of breathing room.
Exactly. I mean,
Um,
obviously, certain killers like excel more in the lights out mode.
well,
Like,
yeah,
I saw like a clip of like a person playing Legion
yeah, of course.
during it.
Any killers that have inherent tracking do really well in it.
Yeah,
Plague was another one. I found a lot of success with Xenomorph, and yeah, I just mostly played Xenomorph during it, honestly. The
play
footsteps,
Sadako.
yeah, the footsteps help, and because of how black the base skin is, you're actually kind of more hidden,
Yeah,
to a
the
degree.
Sadako for like the Lots Out event is very evil.
Yeah, Chucky wasn't that good, honestly. I didn't find much success with him in the game mode because you can't really slice and dice because you can't see where the
Oh right,
fuck they're going.
yes, yeah.
Um,
I will say the no scratch mark thing kind of threw me off for the first little bit.
well, I mean, the other thing, people were complaining about tunneling with it. It's like, well, okay, the only form of tracking in the match is bloodstains and grunts of pain.
Right.
So the only people you can track are the people you've hooked. I
Yeah,
wonder
it's
why
just
people are tunneling.
I wonder why.
um, yeah, that's the thing. On the server, I also like that there was no HUD or no UI, I should say.
Me too. I don't know why, but like not seeing like
Well,
gens or how many gens are left is like very relaxing.
yeah, it was super relaxing because I was like, I don't know if the game's close or not. Like, you can obviously you could look around and count.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with like the wiggle bar. It's like, okay, the wiggle bar is 16 seconds. You know this. You can count it in your head, but not seeing it makes it feel like more, I don't want to say random, but like if you manage to get out, it just makes it feel like more of a hell yeah moment. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
yeah.
Like it.
I got camped by a Billy. I couldn't see the anti camp bar, and I got the unhook thing, and it was the most exciting thing ever because I had no idea it was actually happening. Same with like in-game collapse. Honestly speaking, I would be cool if they kept in-game collapse, but they got rid of the bar in the base game.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought it was way more dynamic with not seeing the bar on both sides because survivors didn't know how long they had to wait unless they were actually physically counting it, and killers didn't know how long they had to wait either. You just see the effects on the map happen, so you're kind of just guessing.
Exactly.
It also means Blood Warden wouldn't be able to be used at the minute mark to guarantee a
It
full
wasn't
kill.
very reliable. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying sitting here saying every killer is doing that or like it's super strong. It's not. I'm just saying like it stops that like inevitable win condition.
Exactly.
Um, to a degree. Once again, someone could time it out, but even then, you actually really can't time it out because when you're chasing somebody, it halves the timer. And I
That's right. Yeah, and
and
like
no
people
one,
slugged and hooked.
yeah, like, and I don't know if anyone like actually knows like when it starts back up. You know what I mean? So like there's still a bit of
Right.
like randomness to it. Like I would, yeah, I think I would love them to get rid of the timer on the in-game collapse. I
It'd be
think
certainly something for sure.
I think it would also stop survivors from just waiting at the gate for you.
Yeah.
I think
I personally wouldn't mind
100%.
like
I
not
think
seeing
this,
that again.
yeah. I just go kick pallets. That's all I do.
I do too. I don't like giving the satisfaction of just like teabagging me at the exit gate. Like, congrats, you guys won. Like, please leave so I can go next.
Listen, I hate sore losers. Don't get me wrong. I hate sore winners more because
I hate sore
at
winners.
least the loser, it looks like a sore loser. It's like, okay, I get your frustration. With a sore winner, it's like, what the fuck is even the point? What are you doing?
Exactly.
Like, we're not even
Like,
gonna play again, so it's not even like you're like trying to demoralize me for the next match. Like,
you guys won. Nice job. Can I please just go next?
yeah,
And then they'll have like the people like where you're just, like you'll have like the last person just like still teabagging at the exit gate, or like they like, threw down a pallet just repeatedly vaulted over and over again. Things like that. It's just like it's really annoying. It's like please.
yeah. Um, okay, we're gonna skip this next the power level question because we kind of went over that earlier.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fine.
tips for new pigs. And when I say new, I mean I don't mean they just bought Dead by Daylight and are like, oh, it's John Kramer, and then they get disappointed when it's actually
John,
Amanda.
John Kramer.
Yeah, and then they get disappointed when it's actually Amanda. Yeah, I mean someone who's been playing the game for a while is like, you know what, I'm gonna main pig.
Learn her ambush. It is like it's rich coming from me because I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I have mastered her ambush. After 6 years of maining the character, I know what I'm doing with it. But learn her ambush mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
Learn what things like what you should do for her ambush in certain scenarios. For instance, in the case of a long wall tile, take the parking lot on Garden of Soy. Sorry, Joy. Uh, the red car with the pallet right next, like right in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
You want to either be on the side of the car during your ambush, or you want to be like in the pallet area. So like you want to be like in between the pallet and the car before you ambush, and then you obviously want to do that. Such thing like learning pigs ambush with such things such as ambush fakes, uh, moon ambushes like moonwalk ambushes, uh, hell even like moon rush ambushes. Those are kind of fun to pull off if you can somehow do it. Uh, Learning her ambush is very important because it just makes certain loops just not that bad for you to deal with.
Right.
In all honesty, because pig suffers a lot with like the longer tiles, like such as long walls or like, in jungle gyms, etc. But if you learn her ambush, uh, those long walls are not going to really give you any issues.
Yeah. To add to
Uh,
that, I would also like to mention that when you're crouching with pig, they can most of the time at medium loops still see.
yeah,
um.
just be mindful that they can still see you.
Yeah.
And if you can gauge how a person is going to act at a loop, I'd say fake an ambush to see if they either like go into crouch and then fake as if you would use your ambush attack. And if they leave the loop, then you just know that they're just going to leave the loop the entire time. So it's not worth trying to waste your time to hit one. But if they just stay at the loop, then you can just definitely gauge what kind of player they are.
Right.
Another thing I'd say is learn her jigsaw box knowledge. Usually, when you figure it out, you can just get a feel of where survivors are with like reverse bear traps on. You can just like gauge where they are, like on the map. Because if they, when a survivor fails at a jigsaw box, like they didn't take it off at that box, you get a loud noise notification.
Mm.
Uh, so if you can just like gauge like, oh, so two loud noise notifications went off with this person having an active reverse bear trap. So I can check these other three jigsaw boxes to see if they're at any of those. And if the longer they can't take their jigsaw box off, or their reverse bear trap off, the better understanding you have of where they are, and you can actually pinpoint where they're going. Obviously, it gets a little unlucky if they get it off the first try, but
I don't. They
learning
can't.
her jigsaw box knowledge is very important as well.
They can't anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. The first one. The first one is guaranteed not to get off anymore.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. My bad. So ignore that part, but yes.
It's fine. They've changed the box logic so much.
Yeah, they changed so much of her. It's just like I'm still recovering from what they did to her a few years ago.
Yeah. Also, this is another math thing. It does she still has an add-on that gives one more jigsaw box, right?
No.
No, they got rid of that
Or do
one.
you mean like she goes like she are you talking about they give her one more reverse bear trap?
No, I thought there was one that like added another jigsaw box on the map.
I'm pretty sure they let me double check, but I'm pretty sure they got rid of that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they got rid of that.
Okay. I was gonna be Mr. McSmarty and be like, because of how probability works, that actually is worse.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because
no, they got rid of that
okay,
add-on.
yeah, because if you increase the number of boxes, it actually increases their chances. Which
Yeah,
means
it increased their chances a
yeah,
little
so
bit.
statistically speaking, more boxes is actually worse.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. I think they got rid of that, like the update they got rid of 50/50 pig.
yeah, probably.
I wouldn't
Um,
doubt it.
we're not going to talk about that. For those who don't know what we're talking about,
Oh yeah, the good old days.
yeah, you
Take me
sweet,
back, but take me back, bud.
you sweet summer child, or fucking yeah. Um, all right. Tips for playing against her, and I know there's a lot of like simple ones, but like anything super specific.
Uh, it hurts me to say, but if she is using her ambush, don't like if you can just like how you can gauge how a player is going to act at loops when you're going for an ambush attack, you can gauge what a pig is going to do with her ambush attack. Because
Mm,
most pigs will either like commit to one side, so you just loop the long wall, or you just like loop around one area and she won't hit you, or she'll fake it and then she'll get up to try and M1 you.
mm,
Just try and gauge what the pig is going to do, because all pigs play differently. Granted, they're the same play style, but they all play differently. Um, camp pallets if you can. Pre-drop pallets if she's going for an ambush attack. Uh, leave the loop, because when you see a pig crouching, like if you see her crouch right away, and she's not using her combat straps out on, which increases her crouch and uncrouch speed by 100%. 30%, my bad. Uh, as soon as you see her crouch and you know she doesn't have combat straps, just leave the loop. Like it's there's no point in staying at that loop because either it's going to be a 50-50 mind game that you have to win, or she's just going to get right back up and just hit you anyway. So it's just better to just leave the loop as soon as you see her crouch.
Right. Speaking of combat straps and the grease, I think we were talking about earlier. Do you recommend that for new players, or do you think they should stay away from it until they get the hang of it?
Uh, that's a bit tricky because I learned on Workshop Grease a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
but I will say if you're learning Pig's ambush attack, use Amanda's letter and combat traps the most, and then when you understand when you understand her ambush more and more, and how you could use it well, how to use it effectively, etc. And I recommend using Workshop Grease and combat straps because it'll just make you like just make things so much easier for you.
Do you have the wiki pulled up right now, right?
I do, yeah.
What is Amanda's letter time based?
I don't think so.
I don't think so
Yeah,
either.
no.
I just want to double check.
The
Okay.
auras of survivors within 16 meters of you crouching are revealed to you,
Okay. Yeah.
and that
I'm
aura doesn't go away until after you're uncrouched.
I'm only bringing that up because lethal pursuer will not affect it.
Correct. Yes.
I just wanted to yeah, because I know a lot of people thought it would with a cigar box clown. It does not because it's not time based.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't. It's not like a timed based thing. That's why. That's part of the reason why I don't like Amanda's letter is because you have most pigs using Amanda's letter and just camping hooks while crouched the entire time.
Well, once again, I think it's useful. I think our suggestion for making it work during the full ambush would make it much better.
That would make it so much better. I'd use that like all the time if I could.
Um, okay, this one's gonna be a long one. I feel because you said you were a Saw fan. How well do you think she was adapted?
I'm not gonna lie, I can't really gauge that
Really?
because well, the whole pig thing was shown for like a few scenes in the Saw movies. Like they don't really show them doing anything aside from just kidnapping people.
Hmm.
But like so in my opinion, I think like design wise and like just the overall feel of her, I think they implemented her really well. Like into the from like the films into the game, like I think they did really well. Like and the ambush mechanic was like one of the first things. It was like one of the most unique things that came out into DVD at the time.
Yeah, it was the first on demand stealth, wasn't it?
Yeah, on-demand stealth, and it had a unique animation, like a unique weapon animation if you hit it. But I don't think I think from like the overall feel of it, they implemented her really well into the game. But like as a character and etc. things like that, not that well.
Well, I mean, because like her weapon, the hidden blade, that's not even her weapon. It's John's.
Correct. It's
It's
John Kramer's. Yeah,
yeah, and he
she
uses it.
doesn't have that.
Yeah, he uses it in one scene.
One scene against Tap,
Yeah,
and like and then which was it. Which I mean, it's part of her Mori.
you
Like
know,
that scene is the Mori.
you know what's funny? I didn't even think about this. I know why they chose Tap as the survivor. You know who would have made so much more sense as the survivor?
Who's that?
Um, who's the doctor in Saw 3?
Oh, oh, you're right, but I don't remember his name.
Her name. Not slow ass
Her
motherfucking
name, yeah,
Jeff. Yeah, yeah. His
yeah,
his,
yeah,
his
yeah.
wife.
Her
Um,
name, yeah.
yeah.
My bad.
That would have made like don't get me wrong, I'm glad Tap's in the game and it makes more sense from like a Saw franchise perspective. But like
For sure, yeah,
the fact that it's Amanda, it would have made so much either her or Gordon would have made so much more sense.
oh,
Um
Gordon would have been like easy.
I find it so
I
strange we haven't gotten like an Eric Matthews skin.
I fully believe that behavior just does not like Pig, like at all. Like they don't like that chapter at all, so they just try and like you know
I mean,
avoid eye contact with it.
we're gonna get into this with the skins later, but like she's like the tome she got, like the skin tome.
That's almost really cool. Like
That
I really liked that tone.
yeah, that was a pretty cool skin too. Like I'm still
A
upset.
very cool skin.
Yeah, I'm still upset I didn't get the head. Um,
Yeah, it's I oh people don't like that skin. I
really,
don't know why. Yeah,
really,
people don't like it. People hate it.
because
I have a I agree. Like,
Yeah,
I don't use the headpiece a whole lot because I think it's overused, but the body piece is so good.
yeah. I think and I like the knife. I love the hidden blade. Um,
The knife is really, really cool.
um, I think like because the thing with adapting Saw, and I'm talking to Pixel with the Skull Merchant video, but it's like um I watched his video about uh, Pig, and it's like it couldn't have been anybody else. Like
Yeah,
it couldn't have been John Kramer. That wouldn't like. I mean,
no, it wouldn't
it
make
could
sense.
have, I guess, but like,
I guess in like some long roundabout way, it could have made sense, but like John wasn't like really like the person to kidnap people. Like, I mean, he was up until Amanda became like his apprentice or something like that.
yeah, and like, I mean, you could argue it could have been Gordon, but it's like he wasn't even really in any of the movies other than the first one and the cameo in the last one. He's not like the
Yeah,
main character, and I guess you could argue Amanda isn't really a main character after. Well, no, no, no,
no,
no, no,
she's
no.
not really a main.
Even in the other movies, she still plays a role.
She plays a role like Saw 2, for instance.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she's like the
But
main character in Saw 3, pretty much.
yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, and I
But
mean,
I
Hoffman wouldn't have worked for a lot of reasons. One,
yeah,
I don't,
there's
I think so many people. If it was Hoffman, I think people would have been more upset.
I see people say like, oh, it should have been Hoffman. It's just like no,
um,
like no. Did you watch the movies?
like yeah, no, Hoffman wouldn't have worked. And then
No,
and then we talked about this earlier, but anyone saying it's not really Amanda because Amanda wouldn't let them have a chance to live. Okay. All right. I'm going to
okay, yeah,
explain
all
something
right.
to you guys. There's this amazing thing called game balance. I know the devs aren't the best at it, but they're not that stupid with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Um
Like they had to give like some leniency.
yeah, and it still like applies the feeling.
Exactly,
And
yeah, because it feels like you are playing Jigsaw's game at that point. Well, if you're going against a pig, it does feel like you are a part of like Jigsaw's game.
yeah, and even the perks are a little different. I think make your choice.
We gotta talk about the perks.
Yeah. Well, okay, I think make your choice, good or bad. I think it is one of the best thematically centered perks in the game.
I agree. I think like on certain killers too, like make your choice is really like really good. Like I use it all the time on Dredge,
Oh, so do I. Oh my god, my dredge build
Dredge,
is
Sonico,
yeah.
Wraith.
My
Like
dredge build right now is make your choice, devour hope, friends till the end, and God, I forget what the last. Oh, lethal pursuer. Um,
pretty good one.
yeah, and then I run the microphone that gives me aura reading, and
Oh really?
yeah, and the one that makes my teleports faster. So what I do is I hook somebody, hopefully the obsession, or not the obsession, and then I find the obsession and down them. By the time I do that, the person on hook screams, or the person who unhooks screams, and then I teleport back and I see exactly where they are with the aura reading. And by the time I put them on a hook, Devour Hope has 3 stacks.
Yeah, the I think my Dredge build right now is Sloppy Butcher, make your choice, Jolt Painres.
Jolt's the other perk on that build. That's what it was. It's the little slowdown I
I
had.
really like Jolt. I'm glad they buffed it the way they did.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think the old Jolt was just really dumb.
It was okay at best,
It was
but that cooldown
personally,
really
yeah.
ruined it.
Um, but yeah, so as far as like adapting the films, it's like considering the constraints, I think they did fine. It's not
I agree.
perfect. Um, Once again, I'm a little upset like that we haven't gotten more skins for Tap. Once again, like you can argue all day and night. It's like, oh, who should have been the killer? But it's like I can see an Eric Matthews skin for Tap. I can see
Yeah, for
a
sure.
Gordon skin for Tap. You know what I mean? Like a Sing,
Exactly. Like,
dude. If they do a Sing skin for Tap, that would be that would be so
that
cool.
would be so
I don't think it works because
sure.
even in the Dead by Daylight lore, Sing is still dead. But whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck it. um. Yeah, it's just. 'Cause, I mean, Tap I think is one of the best. As far perk wise, I think like unlike Pig because like Hangman's trick is there. Um,
Hangman's Trick is
what is her
Hangman's Trick is something.
what is her other perk?
Surveillance.
Surveillance. Surveillance is fine, and I think it makes
It's
sense.
okay. I missed when it was actually like used a whole lot before. It was uh back when it was like first out along with like Ruin Undying.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, yeah.
the first like little lifespan of it.
Hmm.
It was used so much.
I think I think the problem with surveillance, my problem with it is that I wish the color was different. Um,
Yeah, I agree.
because there is a lot of perks I can't use it with because it straight up makes them like you can't tell.
Yeah, if you have Eruption or Call of Brine or like Discordance on that one gen,
Yeah,
you just can't
would
tell.
it be so hard to add a blue aura or something?
They already have blue auras for the new
Boon?
boon, so
What
I
if
don't see why they wouldn't.
yeah, what if it on killer side? Just
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying.
or make it
Because it
purple.
goes from like white to yellow.
Yeah. Make it purple or something. I don't know. Um,
Something. I don't. Something.
yeah. But yeah, and then even like pigs, I was about to say pigs. Well, I mean, even like her non-archive skins are like fine.
Yeah,
I don't think there's and I'm going to sound stupid for saying this because some people hate this, but I don't think there's enough references, if anything.
I agree.
Um,
Actually, I agree. The only one that has like a direct reference is the one where she's wearing the black leather jacket
yeah.
because that was in the movie.
You know what they could have
That
done?
was like
Um,
that.
is it Saw 4 when he catches Cecil? I can't
Oh, I don't
remember. I
remember.
don't. But you know what I'm talking about? The scene where like he sneaks up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that mask. That
Oh, that
shitty
would be
like
so
run of the
reference.
mill like Year of the Pig mask.
Yeah, that.
I know
I.
technically Meg kind of has it, but like
Yeah, like
I would
would love
love
it
it.
if it was on Amanda.
Oh my god, that would be
I
so
would
good.
love that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's
Give
great.
Pig more cosmetics,
Yes,
please.
give Freddy a cosmetic, please.
Oh, I have no idea if they're gonna do Freddy. The uh the license holder for Freddy is like very
Yeah.
it's
Um.
not very good.
And a bit of spoilers for those listening for the next episodes. I know I talked about this on Twitter. I did find a Freddy main. And if
Hey, let's
any
go.
and they're technically not a Freddy main, but I swear to God, if anyone gets upset with this, go find me one. I'll be fucking. I'll take anyone because I can't find them anywhere. Like,
They don't exist anymore. I swear they don't.
no, they do. It's just once again, I keep telling people this because someone was like, "Oh, I'm a Freddy main. Do you make YouTube content, Twitch content, or on Twitter actively in the community?" No. Then that's
Okay, that
like the whole point of this is like yeah.
it's like content creators essentially.
Yeah, and big or small, that's not the point. But like, if literally
Exactly.
all it is like I play the game, it's like okay, so I have no validity. You're actually a Freddy man.
Exactly. It's just like what can you do at that point?
Yeah, it's like for you, it's like I can go through your archives. I've seen your tweets. I've seen um videos you put out, clips you put out. It's like I know you're a pig main. I know you like are in the
Yeah,
community. It's but like with Freddy, it's like I, the closest I've found, other than the one I have found, who I will not reveal until it happens because I want it to be a big surprise. Um, was the fucking the guy who did the Freddy montage for Tofu.
oh yeah.
Him. He's not even a Freddy main.
He just
He's just really good at Freddy. That's like
oh my god.
what the like. This is what I'm talking. Most people I tried to find that were quote Freddy mains weren't mains. They just are good at killer and play Freddy sometimes and just say they're a Freddy main.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the
I feel like
problem.
I feel like everybody has that like sort of phase where they were a Freddy main.
Yeah, I mean Freddy has his own slew of issues. I'll get in that in the episode. Don't
Yeah,
worry about that one.
that's
Yeah,
a whole another can of
it
worms.
ain't just his kit or his power either. There's a lot.
There's a
Um,
lot.
um, yeah, it's once again there's some of these killers I can't find, and it's not because they quote don't exist. Because there is a main for every killer in this game. Don't get me wrong. It is just some of
Right.
them are so hard to find.
I have no idea how you found the Freddy, but props to you.
Fucking, it
I
took
think
me
Doctor's gonna be the hardest one.
out. Nope, I have one for Doctor. I got
Do
one.
you?
I got one last night.
Nice.
Yes.
What about Trapper?
Entity's left hand.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You actually got entities.
I didn't get him yet. I just know of him.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
That's half the battle. Once again, and this isn't to pressure anyone if they're listening to this. Half the battle of this is finding you people. The other half is usually asking you, and most of y'all are cool with it, which is amazing. But yeah, it's finding y'all. That's the problem. Because
It's
even like the people who like have it in like their Twitter bio, that shit is not easy to find randomly.
exactly, and like I imagine it's harder to find like people who made the like Wesker or Nurse or Blight like willing to do something like this.
No, the problem with those three in particular, because I put those on my list of people I still haven't found yet. The problem with those three is who do I pick? That's
True.
the problem.
Yeah.
Because I feel like no matter who I pick, someone's gonna be mad. Not necessarily one of the other mains, but like one of their fans, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. That's my problem with them. Because it's like, no offense to Huntress mains, but there's a million of you.
Yeah,
Um,
like she's
no,
one of the
no,
most picked
yeah.
players
No
for a
offense to
reason.
Wesker mains. There is a million of you.
There's a million of you.
Yeah.
There's not that many pig mains.
Yeah, there's like maybe four notable ones that I can think of.
Yeah.
You, Scorpion, one who shall not be named, and
Yeah.
I think that's actually it.
My friend, Russ and Bubba.
Oh yeah, there you go, there you go. Yeah, yeah, but those four are like the only four I can think of.
Those four, yeah.
Yeah, and three if I want to be super nice to everybody. Yeah, that's really it. Uh, yeah, but like some mains are just it's. And once again, Freddy, I get it. I get why he doesn't have any. I just, and when I say any, I'm being generalistic, but I find it so strange. There is not that one guy. Like
Mains Freddy, yeah.
even in like League, there is like characters that are super old and clunky and like really bad, and you can still find a main for them. Someone who's put hours into this character.
You mentioned League before, and I also just wanted to say I haven't
Uh,
played League in years.
and neither have I.
I used to play it. What's
Uh,
up?
neither have I. I
Oh yeah,
haven't.
I don't remember. I don't remember who just released at the time when I was playing.
Um,
It was like around 2016, 2017 that I last played.
I stopped at the 10-year anniversary. I think that's when I stopped. Um, yeah, I don't really play anymore. I keep up a little bit, but I bring it up a lot because I think it's one of the best examples of how to do a live service game. And I know someone's gonna fucking. I mean, no, it's not. They do a bad job. Name one other live service game that does patches every 2 weeks that massively change how the game is played.
Exactly.
Like
Like I implore you.
that constantly adds new characters that, whether or not you agree are balanced or not, change the game up. Like that's why I always use them as an example, because they're balancing over almost 200 characters in that game, and doing
Exactly. That's
and
a lot.
yeah, and they're not doing a perfect job. They never have, but like overall, like with a few outliers, they do fine. That's why I always bring them up, because it's to me that's the pinnacle. That's why, like I was talking earlier, where it's like I really wish like Dead by Daylight with like a character like Pig. It's like give them a month, just a month, where they're like the best character in the game.
Please.
See what I'm saying? Like
Please.
that's because yeah, and that's where a lot of like my balancing thoughts come from as League. It's like or balancing philosophies, because it's like how do you balance about players that are just good at the game?
Exactly.
Because it doesn't
And
matter
that goes
how much you nerf something. If someone's good enough, they're still going to be good with it, and then all you're doing is hurting the bad players. And yeah, it's like, but yeah, and then you have to find the fine line with that, and it's just yeah, it's
like you're helping the and I can understand why they Pig is a bit of a weird one to buff too.
mm-hmm,
Just because honestly, I don't even her reverse bear traps don't need a buff. I think they're perfectly fine with where they're at.
right,
Her ambush needs some help though.
yeah, yeah, for sure. I think the ambush is the better part of the kit overall.
Yeah,
Let me.
my
I was gonna ask you a question about this earlier, and it doesn't really apply to
yeah, go for
pig.
it.
Yeah, it doesn't really apply to pig so much as it does more like huntress. Okay, let's say a huntress is winding up a hatchet and it doesn't hit. Let me ask you a question. Did they miss or did the survivor dodge it? I'm serious.
uh,
I'm serious.
did they miss or did the survivor
If the
dodge it?
survivor moves out of the way of the huntress's hatchet as it's being thrown, did the huntress miss or did the survivor dodge it?
I think the survivor dodged it at that point.
So the counterplay to huntress is dodging.
Correct.
So the counterplay to everything like that is dodging, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose so.
Yeah. You see the problem?
Yeah, it's it's quite a conundrum,
Yeah,
actually.
it's just like I bring this up because I had this conversation about Nurse before. It's like, okay, if Nurse misses a blink hit, was in the survivor moved out of the way. Did the Nurse miss the prediction, or did the survivor dodge? And if the survivor dodged, doesn't that mean that to counter Nurse, all you have to do is dodge?
You say that like about every character too. That's the
Yeah,
worst
yeah.
part.
It's like, so. This is why when people say counterplay, I don't hate the concept. It's just like you have to define it.
Yeah, that's a really weird.
Yeah, it's just like with
That's
Deathslinger.
so.
It's just like with
I guess I
Deathslinger.
never really thought about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, because I have never gotten a concrete answer on this. Is dodging counterplay? Because some people say yes and some people say no.
Oh, I
Because
say yes. Yeah.
well, because some people say no because it's like, well, if they were good enough, the survivor wouldn't be able to dodge it.
Yeah.
But then you bring into the equation, okay, so we're balancing and talking about this as if the people playing these characters are 100% accurate at all times.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And you can't do that because no one is. So it's like this is why balancing this game is so difficult sometimes.
Because you have to take into account all factors.
Yeah, but you can't because of RNG.
Exactly.
And then you also
So it's
can't,
like
you can't because of,
really hard.
yeah, then you can't because of perks.
Yeah. Oh my god, the perks.
Yeah. It's like the same thing with like the slice and dice. It's like, if okay, if you're running away from a Chucky, and by the way, this is a tip to quote counter the slice and dice. Every counter I give to Chucky, by the way, is still a 50-50. It really depends on the Chucky player. If he figures out what you're doing, he'll hit you eventually. If a Chucky is slice and dicing towards you, run into him like you would with a Nurse. He
I
will.
can't believe how easy it is to FOV tech a Chucky. Like I
Oh,
didn't think it'd be that easy
it
to do
is
so.
it is super easy. It's extremely easy, and I hated it when he came out and everyone was like, you can no longer FOV tech the killer because it's third person.
Yeah.
Bullshit. I get
Like
FOV tech all the time.
yeah, I have 7,000 hours, maybe even like a little bit more than that.
Mm-hmm.
But I have 7,000 hours. I still get FOV tech sometimes.
Yeah, it just happens. Sometimes you get fucking
It just happens.
you get auto locked.
Oh my god, auto aim is so bad on console.
It's a necessary evil, unfortunately. It really is.
It really is. Like I
Don't
don't
get me
blame it, but
wrong.
like
I wouldn't want them to get rid of it, but like there are times that I'm like, fuck.
it's really bad at times just because people will FOV tech me and I'm like, okay, that's not gonna work. So I'll swing, but because the auto aim is so dog water on console, I'll completely miss them. Like it'll like make me swing like past them somehow. It's just like okay, game.
Yeah, but
Want to tell me about that?
yeah, but back to the point of dice. So like I said with Chucky, so if you run back into him and he overshoots the slice and dice and misses you, was that the Chucky playing badly or was that you playing well? Because
I like to think I played well.
well, because here's the thing, right? If the Chucky's good enough, he should have been able to let go of the trigger and just hit you. Because I promise you on the next one he will.
Yeah.
So that's
I always do the whole like running back and just into their face as they slice and dice.
yeah, they'll normally slide off of you. Once again, it'll only usually if the Chucky knows what they're doing, it'll only work once. But sometimes that's good enough. Also, here's another tip to countering Chucky, everybody. If you're fully healed, let him hit you with the slice and dice. You'll get more distance. The cooldown is the same as so. Okay, so If you're full health, you haven't been hit, you're not injured. Let him hit you with a slice and dice instead of him wanting you. So like if he charges it, don't try to dodge. Just take the hit and run.
Yeah, it's just better just to take the hit.
Yeah, because he'll go on cooldown. Because if he's playing it right, what he's trying to do, at least most good Chuckies, they'll M1 you just enough so they have enough slice and dice to catch right the fuck back up.
Oh,
Once again, a lot of these counterplays aren't like 100% accurate, but the thing I've noticed in this game is a lot of people don't want full counterplay. They want to like cause a 50-50, which is very strange to me.
yeah, it's like a whole mess.
Yeah. Well, it's just like I don't know if it's all about Chucky counterplay, but it's like if you're at a loop and Chucky goes into hidey ho mode, and you can't see him, stop moving. If you
Okay.
can see him, I can almost, especially at a tall loop, I can promise you he can't see you. What he's waiting for you to do is move. He's waiting for you to panic so he can capitalize. If you stop moving, then he has to walk up to you and you'll see him before he hits you. Most of the
Yeah,
time.
I
Yeah.
I barely go against Chucky's a whole lot nowadays, so I can't really
Yeah.
practice like countering him a whole lot now.
His play rate went down after the nerf.
I don't blame people for dropping him either.
Yeah. I'm committed. So there's like 4 Chucky mains left, and I happen to be one of them.
There you go.
Yeah, which is so strange because once again, it's really funny. He was such a popular character, and then like he just dropped off the face of the earth, even though he's not even bad.
No, he's not bad by any means. It's just they took away all the cool stuff you could do with him.
It's a similar situation I feel with Artist. 'Cause me and Karin were talking about that too. It's like Artist is actually a really strong character in this game, but she isn't played that much for some reason. Um,
I think it's because people don't understand how to play her like effectively and like well.
I think it's also because people fall into the mindset of just place bird at loop, and
That too. Yeah,
it's all I do, and it's like okay, well, clearly you're not having fun. You're not going for anything like fancy. Um,
exactly.
like the thing with Chucky is like they got rid of the 180, sure, but you can still do some cool hits. You just can't do anything like super insane like you used to be able to do.
I'm surprised you can still scamper cancel.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised they kept that too. Um,
Like I for sure thought that was one of the first things to go.
the thing with that though, no offense to God, what is their name? They post clips about it all the time on Twitter.
Alren.
Yeah. No offense to him or them. I'm
I
sorry.
love Alren.
Yeah. No offense, but it's not always that useful. Because the way those comments are on those, and I know it's not their fault, but guys, it's not applicable at most loops, and 9 times out of 10 you are gonna miss. It's a highlight reel
Yeah.
for a reason. Um, not to say it's not impressive. It is impressive. It's just it's yeah. It's one of those things where it's like it's a 1 in like 100 chance or 1 in like 20 times it's ever gonna work and actually get you a hit because it happened. Most of the time you could have just got the hit by doing a normal slice and dice. It's like a It's like lineups in Valorant. It's like, yeah, you could learn this super cool lineup, or you could just, you know, shoot down the lane and get the same
Yeah, it's
effects. Don't get me wrong, one's impressive and looks cool and it works. Or yeah, that's yeah. Uh what were we even talking about? Oh, adaptation to the film.
yeah.
I love this podcast series so much.
Oh, I do too. It's great.
Um it just gives me a chance to just nerd out about the game I liked playing and other shit.
Me too. And
Um,
I really like talking about Pig like a lot.
yeah, and I mean she's not the most popular, so a lot of people don't really have. I assume you get some questions every now and again, right?
Every now and then, yeah, but like not as much as you think, sadly.
Well, I
Like
think
the only person I get to really talk to about Pig is my wife,
mhm.
and I feel like sometimes I just annoy her with it sometimes.
um,
Because I'll just be like, "Oh wow, like look what I just did with Pig, hun." It's like, "Oh
it's
cool, like how'd you do that?" It's like, "Oh, I did a 180 ambush moon rush at this car, and they can't do anything."
what are any of these words? Um,
Exactly. And she just smiles. She just smiles and nods, like, "Yeah, you did good."
um, it's one of those things. Well, I think the other thing is like she's been out for so long that like a lot of the
6 years,
questions,
yeah,
yeah, a lot of the questions have
yeah,
been answered.
yeah.
Not to say there's nothing like that hasn't. It's just like,
No, but like all the cool stuff that you could do with Pig has been already discovered, really.
yeah. I mean, well, once again, it's like with Freddy. It's like I'm not gonna. No one's gonna come out. I would love to be proven wrong. No one's gonna come out tomorrow with like this super unique Freddy playstyle that no one's ever thought of. Like, no,
Yeah,
it's not gonna happen.
it's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
It's just like with Pig. It's not gonna happen.
yeah.
Like you could get like a really cool ambush hit, like like that is the extent of your character.
Mm.
That is as cool as it's gonna get. Trust me. It's all downhill from there.
Well, yeah, because then it's like, oh, I did this real sick mind game with and hit them with an M1. It's like, yeah, well, you could have done that with any
Yeah, and
killer.
then most of the time people won't fall for that mind game again anyway, so it doesn't.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing too. Is like people will fall for the mind game, and they'll fall for like the moonwalk ambush stuff as well.
Mm.
And then you hit them with it, and they just never fall for it ever again.
Sometimes they do, and that's my problem with it is you have to vet them again to see if they did.
Yeah,
Because some some
it's like,
some
all right,
some
did you learn your
players,
lesson?
yeah, some players don't learn, and
Yeah, I
those
mean,
are
I've
those are the ones that freak me, or that I think I lose to more, are the ones who don't learn because I'm
yeah,
expecting
I
them to, you know.
exactly like it's like a learning experience, and like I'm not trying to like have like an ego or anything,
Mhm.
but I've gone against streamers with against my pig, and after the match or whatever, they almost always say like, "Oh wow, I never knew you could do such cool things with pig in her ambush like that. That was really cool. Like you're really good at that." It's like just makes me happy just to like hear it
Yeah.
because people just don't. Most people just don't know that you can do that with pig, so they don't understand.
Yeah. I think when I was doing when I was doing the no add-on Chucky thing, I think I got more compliments during that than I did any other time I played Chucky. Any other time, it didn't matter if I was running a meme build or um like a non-slowdown build. People would be upset. But for some reason, the moment I took off, the add-ons and the perks, like people were like, "Oh, that was so cool! I didn't know you could like, you're so good with slice and dice." Like, yeah, think like that warmed up my heart. I understand the feeling.
It it really warms my heart when people compliment my pig gameplay. It's just because like I've been making the character for 6 years. It feels nice just to get some validation for it, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean like it's also once again it's a character that like isn't, especially clips wise, it's like you don't really see that many.
No,
So
like
it's like when
people like I still to this day, whenever I post like a big ambush clip or anything like that, I still get people saying like, "Oh," like I still get messages of people saying like, "Oh, I didn't know you could do that with pig. That's really cool. Thank you for teaching me," or it's like, "Thanks for highlighting this so I can better understand." It's like,
yeah,
"You're welcome."
yeah,
Yeah,
it's just a nice feeling. It just really is. It makes you feel good because it feels like you put in the work and got the outcome you wanted, and you're also teaching people, which I've still will argue it's one of the best feelings in the world is
for sure.
teaching someone something new. Um, in any context. Uh, but yeah, and once again, she's such a low played killer. It's like you don't see that many clips, so when you do, it's like to me, it's more impactful. It's like there's
Exactly.
only so many times I can see a hunter's hit a global shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like with hundreds, like when you see like 100's clip, you've pretty much seen them all.
Yeah, yeah. And it's not to say they're not impressive. I'm not saying that at all. It's
No,
like
yeah,
it's
of
still
course,
impressive, and you still work to do it. It's just like I've seen 100 other people do this, right?
exactly. Like, and like no shade to those hundreds people or anything like that.
No, it's the
Like,
same.
I still think it's pretty cool,
Yeah,
but I've seen it so many times. It's like
it's the same thing with like
it's starting
Wesker.
to wear off.
Yeah, it's just the same thing with like Wesker. It's like I've seen so many
I
of the slide hug tech stuff. It's like it's not.
I still find those really enjoyable to watch though. Sometimes, like it's still so cool that you can just do that with Wesker.
Honestly, I'm a weirdo because I like seeing the stuff before the clips.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I think that to me that's more, and I know that's not the general consensus, but like to me that's the more interesting part. I like seeing the thought process of them going, okay, I'm going to do this here, and them explaining why, and then doing it. Um,
Yeah, I remember back then too when Wesker was about to come out, people were like assuming that like, oh, you'll never be able to hug tech with Wesker.
in this game,
Yeah,
like,
like,
are you
and then
serious?
like a few months later, like it was like like you see clips of just people pulled off
You can
cool hug techs with
you
Wesker.
can pretty much hug tech with every killer in this game because of how it works.
Almost, yeah.
Um, any killer with a
I'm gonna
dash.
become I'm gonna become the first hug teching trapper.
I thought you were about to say pig, and I was like, hate to tell you this, she kind of hug techs naturally, man.
If anyone discovered hug tech pig, it's me, baby. Trust me.
Dude, on April Fools, you gotta put a video out of just like the most basic like sliding around cars ambush hits,
Oh, you're right.
and just
I
call
have
it
to.
new pig hug tech.
New pig hug tech just
And
dropped.
it's just you ambushing, just sliding around the car like you normally
Exactly.
do.
Oh my god.
Oh
I
man,
should do that actually. You're so right.
that's the best thing ever. Yeah, like don't get me wrong, there's still like really impressive things with her. It's just like the thing is, unless like someone like if I saw it at a glance, a lot of times the stuff doesn't look, and not necessarily from you, but like in general, a lot of pig ambush hits don't even really look that impressive. And I think it's just
Yeah.
because a lot of the people posting them just aren't really. They're going for the easy hits or like the hits that
Yeah,
like.
they're like crouching behind the running survivor and then doing it.
Well, yeah, a lot of people did that for Stibiffle. So, um,
I still see people do it for Stipiffle.
why? Oh, right.
I don't know.
Not everyone reads patch notes. Never mind.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Fun fact: they did a study about this. I think it's like 70% of players don't read patch notes for games,
Yeah,
which is
that sounds about right.
insane to me. But yeah, I always like people always forget the minority of players are the ones watching videos and keeping up to date with the game. Most people just play it like every now and again. We're the weirdos,
Exactly.
unfortunately. Even less
And
people,
we're the weirdos.
yeah, even less people do what we do, where we dedicate our entire lives to one character. Uh, this is a weird, another weird question. Do you have any? I asked this because I'm getting one. Do you have a pig tattoo or anything like that? Like
No,
any memorabilia?
no. I used to have a plushie of Billy the
Mm-hmm.
puppet,
Mm-hmm.
like when I was like younger, but I used to because like my first experience with Saw was like the first Saw movie.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it with my uncles. And that was back when I was a little kid.
Right.
And I wasn't scared by it.
How little were you watching Saw at?
When it first released onto DVD.
So
So how long ago was that?
2001. No, I'm sorry. I'm
Let
sorry.
me
2004. I'm sorry.
2004. Yeah, so I was about like 7.
What was I in
So and
2000?
I don't know why, but I loved the puppet.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, I want that. So for my birthday, my mom got me a Billy puppet like plush, and I loved him so much.
That is super sweet, actually, in like a kind of messed up way, but it's still super
I know.
sweet.
Like aside from that though, I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a Chucky tattoo, and I think I'm gonna get my sister to draw it, so it's gonna be a while, but I'm getting one in 2 or 3 months.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, I've said this before. Chucky means a lot to me for not to bring the whole podcast down. People who know me know why I enjoy Chucky as much as I do. Basically, my older brother would when I was really young, he would lock me. He knew I was terrified of Chucky. It was the only horror movie I was scared of. Don't ask why. Uh, I don't.
Oh,
I legitimately don't know why. It was just I could watch Aliens just fine, Predator fine, fucking Friday the 13th fine. Child's Play though, nope, nope, nope. I don't know why. Um,
it's like everyone's like different response, I guess. Because like I could when I was a kid, I could handle like horror movies.
mhm.
For some reason, the movie It it scared the hell out of me when I was a little kid.
The
Like I
bath
don't.
the bathroom scene was the only scene in that movie I couldn't watch.
Yeah, that
Other than that,
probably a little like a little too into detail, but because of that one scene, like little Heck did shower or take a bath for like a month because of it.
yeah, I same. I think a lot of kids didn't.
Like
Um,
I saw that scene, I was like, yeah, no, he's gonna crawl through the drain and like take me away. I was so scared.
um, but yeah, so my brother he would lock me in a room and make me watch the movies. Um, Knowing I was terrified. Now, for anyone saying, "Oh, that's really sadistic and terrible of him," clearly you've never had an older brother. It's kind of
Yeah,
the job.
I'm the oldest out of all my siblings. I didn't do anything like that, but I definitely understand.
Yeah. Anyways, he took his life last or
Oh, I'm
yeah,
so sorry.
last year. Yeah, but that those movies were his favorite, and even before he was doing that, I was starting to really get into them, and I don't know, it just it reminds me of them, I guess. I don't know, but
Yeah,
those
yeah.
movies mean a lot to me. That's the
I
reason
think it's
for
sweet.
Chucky. Yeah. Um.
I'm very sorry about that loss,
I.
though. That's always
You,
a heavy hitter.
yeah. That's why I try not to bring it up as much as I happen to a lot of the times. I know it's a downer thing to say. It's just that's the reason. Because I forgot someone was doing a video on Chucky and saying like why he was badly implemented, and meanwhile I'm sitting over here as a massive Chucky fan and with all these like emotional responses to it, just like I, I'm not gonna lie, I think they did him perfect, almost perfect. Like balance wise, there might be some issues, but like,
Yeah, I don't really. Last time I watched Chucky was the first movie, was
mhm,
like a long time ago.
mhm.
But from what I can remember, I think they did him pretty well in this game.
Yeah, yeah. I think I feel like I'm playing him, and I think that's the important part. I think whenever they do a licensed character, that is the important part. Because
It's very important, I
because
think.
we can talk about balance and stuff all fucking day, but at the
Oh, for sure.
like you said earlier, it's like you still feel like you're playing a character from the Saw movies,
Exactly.
right? It's like they're doing the job. I think the one they messed up on is Freddy.
Yeah,
For so many reasons.
that's
Because once again, people can say what they want about Forever Freddy. Um, but man, was it unique, and man, did you feel like Freddy? You know, like you're like, I don't know. I don't think it would
yeah.
have
I
worked in the game now, but it's like I feel like there's better ways they could have done it.
I think old Freddy had that feeling before, and then he was so weak that it didn't matter.
It wasn't even that it was weak. It was just like clunky. I think is the word I would use.
Funky and like it was like his power was so easy to counter.
Hmm.
Just
But
because like you could if you had like sloppy butcher or whatever and you use self care, then you just purposely miss a skill check.
yeah, well, I mean, it's just like the same thing with like fucking God, who's the I lost my train of thought. I was gonna say it's like with Trickster's main event. What I mean by that is the reason why it behaves the way it does, where like you can't hold it or whatever. I'm convinced the reason it works that way is because they wanted it to make it unique compared to other similar power things. But the thing is,
Yeah, I can see that.
but just because it's unique doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah.
And I
I mean,
think,
look at Pigzampus, for instance.
yeah, like that's the thing. It's like I'm all for making unique things, but at the same time, it's like there is a line. And just like with Freddy, it's like, man, I get what they were going for, but like even with the rework, I kind of get what they were going for, but it doesn't. I don't feel like I'm playing Freddy. I feel like I'm playing a man with finger knives.
Banjo.
Yeah, like I don't know. Even his perks don't even really like
His perks are a little weird.
Blood Warden's cool. I think that works. Fire Up is.
Remember me like makes sense like lore wise and everything.
I think someone was talking about how Remember Me would have been actually perfect for Chucky
Yeah, I could kind of see it.
because he always well. I'm gonna steal a line from Springtrap. He always comes back. Also, fun fact. Chucky said that first. Just saying. He says it. He says it at the end of Bride of Chucky. Um,
I guess the only Chucky movie I haven't seen.
Bride. You've seen Seed.
Yes, actually.
You've seen Seed of Chucky, but not Bride of Chucky.
Yeah, I was so confused.
Go watch Bride of Chucky. Seed is so much worse than Bride. Like, don't get me wrong, it's worse in like a good way, but like it's such.
Oh Lord, I might.
Yeah, Bride is fine. It's a little boring, but it's fine.
Fair.
The TV show's great. I love the TV show.
I've heard good things about the TV show.
Yeah. It allowed for so much more. There's a scene of Chucky chainsawing someone in half while he's wearing a Santa Claus hat.
Okay,
Like,
that's pretty cool.
come on. That was aired on live TV. That's a weird thing when I watch it because I don't have cable, so like I watch it on Peacock. Um, and like I'll see some of these
Oh,
scenes, and then I'm like, oh, that was pretty graphic. And then I think about it for a second. I'm like, hold up a second. They showed this on like normal TV? Really?
you can get away with a lot on normal TV,
Yeah, now. Yeah, now you
and
can.
now I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Um, that's kind of nuts. They're allowed I think 10 F bombs an episode, and
Really,
they use every single one.
jeez, Louise.
Someone's done the count. They legitimately use every F bomb they're allowed to. It's great. Um, yeah, I'm really hoping though because with what was the last Saw movie? I forget the name.
Saw X,
Yeah, Saw X. Yeah, that's probably why I forgot the name. Um,
Saw 10, yeah.
with it being so good and doing as well as it did, I mean, you can argue quality all day. I liked it. Uh, I
I actually haven't seen Saw X yet.
it's good. I enjoyed it very much. Yeah,
I've heard it was really good.
but with it doing as well as it did, even money wise, I would be seldom thought that we won't see more Saw stuff in Dead by Daylight. Maybe not a new chapter. I doubt we'll get that. I think Resident Evil is going to be the only ones that get that treatment.
Yeah,
Um, maybe Silent Hill. It's possible. I doubt it though. Um,
yeah, exactly. I hope we get like more Saw like cosmetics.
yeah, honestly, like I said, I think Tap needs a lot more, and I think that I think Amanda needs it more too. But like, especially compared to the rest of the roster. But it's like,
Yeah,
yeah, I think like in a general sense, I think what they have is it's better than some of the other license killers. So I can at least give them that. I mean, Freddy's on a
I
high bar,
still
but
yeah, I still want them to give Pig a blighted cosmetic.
yeah, yeah. Oh, I can't. I swear,
Blighted Pig would be so good.
I swear to God, if and this is coming from someone who wants it, if Chucky gets a blighted cosmetic before Pig,
I'm going to riot. I'm actually going to be really upset.
oh my God. The funny thing is, I actually know the skin they're probably gonna use, and they're just
Oh
gonna make it
jeez.
orange for Chucky, not for for Pig.
Even
Also,
Sadako got one.
yeah,
Sadako and
yeah,
Xenomorph got blighted
yeah.
cosmetics before Pig did.
I don't even like the Xenomorph one, but yeah,
I actually do really like the Xenomorph one.
I
I don't
don't.
like the Sadako one though.
I've said this before. I was talking to Mr. Hecc about it. I don't like the eyes on the blighted Xenomorph.
That's fair.
Other than
Those
that,
are a little off-putting,
yeah,
but
well, no, it's because they're not off-putting.
oh, that's true.
Because the whole point is it doesn't have eyes. That's what makes it off-putting. It's yeah. So I don't know. It just doesn't look right to me. I do understand a lot of people enjoy it. I'm just not the biggest fan. Um, yeah, and Sadako's. I guess they're really chummy with whoever owns the license to Sadako
Yes.
because they get a lot
Like
of
it is.
they get a lot of cosmetics in the mobile game too.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, they must be just
And the
super.
unique Mori.
Yeah, they must just be super chums with them. I guess.
I mean, don't be wrong. I ever since I started playing Dead by Daylight back in 2016, when it first came out, I always wanted Sadako or Kayako from The Grudge to be into the game.
Hmm.
So I'm perfectly happy with what's going on right now.
Who's your dream license right now, other than Pig?
Jason Voorhees.
Okay.
I want Friday the 13th in the game
Let me rephrase that.
so bad.
Let me rephrase that. Who's your dream license that's actually possible?
Okay. All right.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay.
Uh,
One day, the legal battle
actually, no, I
awaits.
do have an answer for that one.
What is? What is your
Uh,
answer?
oh, what was it called? I'm sorry. Uh, Evil Dead, I think.
Evil Dead. So like one of the I almost called him Darkins. One of the antagonist of Evil Dead.
Let me see, just because I don't remember the name of it, because
I'm gonna say
having a
mine.
brain fart.
People who follow me on Twitter,
Evil Within.
the Evil
Evil
Within.
Within.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's on me.
Yeah.
Evil Within is like something I would really want because you could have like another Resident Evil situation. You could
Mhm.
have uh you could have the two pro tags from the first game, Sebastian Castellanos and Julie Kidman
Yeah.
as survivors, and then you could have the guy who has the safe on his head as the killer.
Am I stupid? I thought Kidman was technically a bad guy.
It was kind of 50-50. She was more of a pro tag in one of the DLCs.
Okay. Well, no, I thought in the DLC we figure out she's actually an antagonist. I thought like that was
She
all
was working for like spoilers, but she was working for like the
spoilers for like
organization.
spoilers for like a 10-year-old game.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, you never know. You never know.
I remember when Final Fantasy VII remake happened and everyone was like, "No spoilers, bro. This game is older than you are. What do you mean no
Yeah.
spoilers?" um, my dream chapter. Anyone who follows me on Twitter already knows what I'm gonna say. Um, my dream license chapter is because I have two, and one of them is obvious and the other one isn't. FNAF because I'm a degenerate. Because I actually think it would fit really well, and Fiddlesticks from League of Legends.
I didn't see the Fiddlesticks one.
Yeah, but I don't care what anyone says. It would work so well. Oh yeah. Fiddlesticks from League I think is like the once again it's mostly because I think like that would be like the collab of collabs. Like League of Legends is like the biggest game in the world. Could you imagine if they got a character from that game in Dead by Daylight?
That would be really cool, actually. I
Yeah,
don't know how they would do it, but
I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it'll ever happen, but I don't think it's impossible.
yeah,
Um,
for
and
sure.
and then my non-licensed killer, I've talked about this one a bunch too. I want a pyro.
Pyromancer?
Yeah, like I just want a pyromaniac in the game. Like I think it's like the one of the few killer archetypes we haven't gotten.
Yeah, because yeah, I wonder how they'd put
Well,
like a pyromaniac into the game.
well, here's the thing: Xenomorph proves we can do it. Flame
Oh, true,
turrets.
yeah.
Yeah, so we know fire effects work in the game because
I guess it's just a matter of like
that was
making a killer centered around it.
yeah that was my problem before because I was like, well, I don't even know if they could add fire to the code, but we know they can now.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so it's like in my mind because like I can't think of like any like super famous like noticed it like I can't think of like any super iconic like pyromaniac killers in like movies or anything.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you either.
Yeah, but like that's still like an archetype of like a like a psychopath, you know. Um, so like I could totally see it happening. That would be my dream like non licensed chapter. But just like with Survivor, I was talking to somebody about this. I find it odd the of all the archetypes of survivors we've gotten, how do we not have an engineer?
An engineer?
Yeah,
I feel like that'd be a
like the closest we've gotten is like uh Gabe
Gabe.
from the Singularity chapter.
Oh yes, Gabriel.
Yeah, that's like the closest to like an engineer kind of person we've gotten.
Yeah, him and Felix, I guess, because Felix is an architect.
Yeah, but like I wouldn't. Yeah, this is the thing. I've talked about this before. Um, so my job, uh, IRL, my job is I sell. I'm a manager at a car parts store. That is my job. My job
Okay.
description lists me as a logistical engineer.
Logistical engineer.
I am technically speaking an engineer. I just find that funny because it's one of those things. It's like, is an architect an engineer? Technically, yes, but also
Yeah.
no, but yes. It's one of the engineer is one of those weird words. I don't want to say word. It's one of those weird titles where if you really want to be pedantic, you can add it to anything, and it would still make sense.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, because all all engineer technically means at its base, it's someone who solves problems. That's really all it
Oh yeah, I
means.
suppose so.
Yeah, that's all it means. It's just someone who sees a problem and finds a way to solve it. That's all an engineer is. Um, but I mean like an actual like when I say engineer, I mean like an actual like I build shit engineer. Like I can make a nuclear bomb out of a paperclip and pencil engineer. Um, like I don't know. I feel like it's one of those archetypes that just like hasn't been touched in the Survivor. There's a lot of Survivor archetypes I feel like haven't been touched, but that's the one I always come back to. I don't know why. Like we don't really have like a scout either. Like a character whose like entire
Oh
purpose, yeah,
yeah.
like a character whose entire purpose is like getting information. Like we have some perks and stuff, but like there's no character whose like backstory is like um well, maybe Bill, I guess.
I guess so, but like that's like really pulling some strings.
Yeah. Also, fun fact with Bill, because we don't know much about his military service, but he's a corporal as far as his tag says, which means that it's
Oh.
which most like and he was special forces, which most likely means based on those two factors that he fucked up somewhere. Because what corporal basically means is that you fucked up so much they wouldn't let you become a sergeant.
So how does like the ranking go?
So okay, so here's how rankings work. This is army rankings before anyone is fucking like, no, it's actually this. Shut up. Um, so it's technically it's non-enlisted, which is everybody. Uh, private, private first class, and then specialist. So it's E1, E2, E3. I'm sorry, E2, E3, E4. E1 is non-enlisted. That's when you're in basic. Um, corporal is right above specialist, so they're both E4s. They're technically both the same rank. So corporal means one of two things. It either means A, you're in line to be sergeant, but you couldn't for some random reason, whether it was timing or you failed the test, etc., etc. Or it means you were a sergeant and you fucked up so bad they had to demote you, which is not common. They
Huh.
you have to fuck up usually super hard to get demoted to corporal. Um, but yeah, that's basically what it means. Like a corporal is basically on the same level as a specialist, but they're right below
Okay.
sergeant. But it usually means that they could be a sergeant, but they're just not for some reason. I'm waiting for all the
Huh.
keyboard warriors to nitpick everything I just said. Even
I
though
have a military dad and he never once explained things like that to me, so
it,
that's pretty cool.
it's one of those like I'm willing to explain a lot of that stuff to people. I just no one ever asks.
Well,
um,
luckily I did.
Yeah, it's one of those like someone used to ask me what my job was. It's like I was an infantryman. I shot people. That was my whole job. I can go in more in depth, but that was basically my job.
Oh,
I was technically a grenadier, so I carried around a grenade launcher. But yeah,
that's pretty cool.
yeah, yeah. I also operated Mark 19s. For those who don't know what that is, you do know what it is. You just don't know. It's a grenade machine gun. It's like one of the turrets. Um, I used to,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I used to operate that. I never deployed, so I never killed anybody. But yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
My dad was a combat engineer.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, he worked on like the tanks and like the helicopters and all that.
You know, The more I think about it, maybe that's why we haven't got an engineer character because all of their perks would
Yeah,
have to be
probably.
gen speeds, and I'm like, well, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Maybe like, well,
Just
you know what? I'm wrong. We have got an engineer technically. Isn't Ridley an engineer or Ripley?
uh, I think so, kind of, in like some loose sense of the
In
like
this,
loose
I mean, I
like
guess in the same way Gabe is. I guess.
I guess so, yeah. I
Yeah,
think like in like some loose sense she is.
yeah. It's one of those things where it's like I don't know. It's just I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential with survivors in this game.
There are.
As far as
They I don't think they're ever gonna run out of ideas.
like archetypes go, because it's like you could argue we've gotten like a lot of the base ones, but like I think another thing is like with perks on survivors, we don't really have any like. I think Mom, Medal of Man is like the closest thing we've ever come to like a tank perk for
Yeah,
survivors.
kinda. Old
Um,
Metal of Man.
which even to a degree, current Medal of Man, like it kind of encourages you to take hits for your team. Like we don't really
Yeah.
have other perks like that. Um, and I can kind of understand why. Like I get like it might be a bit frustrating, but it's like I would rather someone bring a whole build around it than they just kind of do it when they can.
Yeah, just instead of just like sitting on gens the entire time.
I don't. I like the idea of like builds being more archetypal because we really don't have that. It's like you have gen builds, um,
Chase builds.
chase builds, and gen builds. That's like the totem builds, I guess. But
I
like,
guess.
those are the three, right? You got chase builds, gen builds, and healing builds. And even then, almost no one brings healing builds because you're playing solo queue, and even if you aren't, bringing a chase build is better. Um, and if you know you're not going to be chased, bringing a gen build is better. So it's usually just those two
Exactly.
with maybe a healing perk thrown in there. Um, but yeah, I would love to start seeing more variety with especially survivor perks.
I agree.
I don't think we see much variety on killer perks recently, but I think it's because a lot of the stuff has already been done. It's like we have gen slowdown, gen regression, gen blocking. We have anti healing perks. We have um,
Chase perks, yeah.
chase perks. We have aura reading perks. We have uh, obsession builds. Right? Like there's like a lot of variety with killer perks. I feel and with survivor. And I don't even mean this in a meta sense. I just mean in an overall sense. There's just not that much variety. It seems on the survivor side.
Yeah,
Which
sadly.
which is just it's a damn shame.
It is really a damn shame. I
Um,
think like the last like in my opinion, I think that the last survivor that we had like a variety of perks was probably Ripley. Ripley's perks have like a lot of variety to them.
Yeah, and they're all like none of them are like meta, but like they're all
They're all like really good, yeah.
yeah,
Like in their own way.
they're all like usable at least.
I really like light footed. Light footed is a lot of fun.
I like Lightfoot. I like God, what is it called? The star one, the one that gives you aura reading when you step out of a
Like
gen.
Star.
Yeah, I love that one. I actually think that's
Chemical Trap is just fun.
yeah, even though I never as a killer unless you know what's funny about Chemical Trap?
What's that?
I play Chucky.
Oh yeah.
So even on the palette it's good at, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter
I
though, yeah.
I feel so bad when I see someone place one down. I'm like, fuck, man,
I guess it doesn't
they're never gonna use this perk again.
I guess it doesn't matter if you're also playing like Wesker or Legion.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, because you have to break it.
Yeah.
Ah, that
They can just
sucks.
vault over that palette.
That sucks. I feel like it should still affect you. I don't
At
know.
least a little bit, yeah.
I don't think it would be. No one brings it that much. I really don't think it would be that big of a deal if it did. If
And I can
anything,
say though,
like you could argue that would be the counter to the Chucky. So
yeah, I
yeah,
couldn't tell you last time I saw someone bring Chemical Trap.
I think I saw one 2 nights ago. Um, and it was against I actually no, I remember this very distinctly. It was an Elodie. She dropped a pallet, put the chemical trap on, pointed at me. I scampered and downed her. Oh,
She DC.
yeah, she did. She did. No, she didn't DC. She didn't wiggle though, and I took her right to the hook.
I don't blame her.
It was on Midwich in the library by the debris rubble.
Oh no.
Yeah, because most killers would have to kick that pallet. So like I get it, but it's like, man, she really didn't think that one through, did she?
Yeah, I guess not. Christ.
It's so funny, but yeah, it's like, man, I feel so bad. It's like I could eat it, I guess, but I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, chemical trap's a weird one. Like I actually wouldn't mind if they buffed it somehow. I would be careful with buffing it because it's just like
Yeah.
with Champion of Light on Alan Wake. Um, it's one of those perks where I don't think it's that good. I think it's more fun than good. But at the same
The meme
time,
perk, yeah.
I feel like if they buffed it, it would be so annoying.
Oh, for sure.
And that's it. I did a whole video about Quick Gambit. Here is the thing about Quick Gambit. Do you know what that perk does?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing with Quick Gambit is that perk can never be good.
No.
No, it just by design it cannot be good. It's not like a bad perk or a good. It's just a badly designed perk.
It's too situational. It's
Well,
way too
but
situational for what it is.
the thing is that they don't make it situational, then it's too good.
That's true.
That's the problem with it. It's either so bad no one wants to run it, and it actively is detrimental to your team, or it's so good it takes over the game. There's no in between.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the thing with a lot of perks in this game, but like that one especially. I have a very big vendetta with that perk because they buffed it a couple patches ago. And it's like the buff didn't fix anything. If anything, they made it
Uh,
worse.
yeah.
Um, which is just fucking kudos, I guess. But
I think
yeah,
only behavior is possible doing something like that.
yeah. Once again, it's just like I feel like there's not too many of those perks in this game, but like Champion of Light's a good example. Scavenger on Gabe is another good example. Like I feel like they could buff that perk in a way where it's okay, but they have to be careful because it's one of
Yeah.
those perks where if you buff the numbers just a little bit too much, it will overtake the entire game. Um, it really will. It's just like overzealous is another one. Uh,
Yeah, I've been seeing that perk a lot lately.
yeah, it's like if they buff it more because some people have asked them to because it's like, oh, it doesn't even really save you that much time. Like, yeah, but if they make it better, it would be so frustrating.
Deja
Gen,
vu with overzealous.
yeah,
Oh my god.
gens would be fucking flying, and your only counter would be what Legion,
Yeah,
like
I think so.
a killer who can reliably injure everybody. That's really um. What's another perk like that? There's another one. Oh, actually, this was one I think they need to buff. It's Vito's perk. Um, Vittoria.
Potential energy.
Yeah, potential energy. There's a perk I actually want them to buff, like super
I
hard
really
buff.
like that perk.
I really want them to buff it super hard.
I
Um,
was running it the other day,
yeah.
like just in some matches.
Uh-huh.
Did you know that pain res actually gets rid of your stacks?
What?
Yeah, it gets rid of your stacks.
Why?
I don't know. I was running it with some friends. I was like running it while I was playing with some friends, and this Wesker had pain res and he used it as I was trying to like store energy,
Huh.
and like it just got rid of all my stacks.
Yeah, but basically the only like I don't know if we even really need to buff the numbers to make it good. I think one easy change they could do to it that I think would make it actually usable, just make it so you don't lose stacks until you go down.
I wouldn't mind that.
Like, because the whole point of that perk was to help with three genning. And most killers who do I mean, you can't really do it as much now, but most killers who three gen would hit you once and let you run away.
Yeah, it was The whole like losing all your stacks when you get injured thing is really stupid in my opinion.
Yeah, like I don't think it would be super problematic because it's like technically speaking, technically, if you do the math, they're doing the gen slower.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just reliable. That's all it is. So it's like I don't have a problem. Like if that perk became meta, like I can think of a few situations where I would probably get annoyed with it, but I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't mind either,
Like
in all honesty.
like the only situations I can think of where it would be like kind of annoying is if everyone on the team ran it and like there was like 4 gens left and they all pop them at the exact same time. But to the same degree, like that means I haven't downed any of them in a while. They've had time to build the stacks. And if they weren't building the stacks, they probably could have just finished the gens anyways.
Yeah,
So it's like,
it's
I mean,
yeah,
like,
it's a really weird perk to try and balance around.
yeah, because it's also like, okay, if someone had it and like I started chasing them and like they just pop a gen in my face with it, like they literally during the chase like use the stacks on a gen and the gen just pops.
Yeah,
I would probably be a little frustrated, but at the same time, once again, they had to take longer to get those stacks. You know what I mean? And
yeah. What I'd
clearly,
usually do,
yeah,
what I usually do is I'd 99 the gen and then store energy. Then once I was done getting all those 20 stacks, I'd just finish the gen at that point.
yeah, that's not a bad strat at all. Like once again, I think it's also a really unique perk.
It is really unique.
It's a
It definitely
damn
saved a lot of matches too.
yeah, it's a damn shame that it just doesn't get used. And I understand why. It's just like, man, I've talked about this before. Like the biggest problem with this game is like with perks, anyways, is most people don't run a lot of the perks because they don't get value every game. It's not because they're not good or bad. It's
It's hard to get
because
value.
yeah, well, it's not even necessarily hard. It's just like what's a good example of a killer perk? I think uh fuck.
I
Like
think of one too.
like lethal's a good example. Actually, lethal's probably a
Yeah,
bad example because a lot of people run it. But um, you know, if they're running distortion, well, boom, your perk didn't mean anything. So probably don't ever bring that perk again, just in case.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
it, it's like why does everyone bring an exhaustion perk every game, and why is it never smash hit? Well, it's because to get smash hit to work, even though the cooldown's shorter than the other ones, so much has to go right. And
Yeah,
then, like, what if, let's say, in theory, you're the last survivor to be chased, all the pallets have been thrown. Well, now you don't have a perk. You know what I mean? Like, even if you had a chance to use it, now you don't. And it's like, why would you run that when you could just run Sprint Burst, which is guaranteed to do something, even if all it does is
exactly.
save you 2 seconds, it still did something, right?
Like any other exhaustion perk,
Even
pretty much.
yeah, except head on, but yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Um, also,
could be worse, could be balanced.
I'm just gonna say this right now, and killer mains are gonna hate me. Um, survivors, run overcome. I promise you, it gets way more value than you think it does. And also
I really like overcome.
killers will never see it coming and be so confused and accuse you of hacking. Uh, it's insane. I overcome is one of I swear, and I know I say this about a lot of perks. It is one of the most underrated perks in this game. It I have seen it completely like especially on certain maps. It will like on Ormond, bro. If you just don't drop pallets and just like and make the killer run through them or respect them every time, and then once you finally do get hit, you just run in the straight line across the map of Ormond. The killer is going to take at minimum 20 seconds to catch up to you.
Guess I usually overcome again.
Yeah, like it's insane. Also, if you're really frustrated with Chucky, run overcome. It counters him completely. Um, almost completely. He is still 110. I feel like people forget that so much. He's still Hunter speed without range.
Exactly.
Yeah. Speaking of almonds, are there any maps you did? Well, okay, let me phrase this better. Do you think Pig is map dependent?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, what would you say is her worst kind
Any
of
of the big
any
maps,
of the big maps?
really.
Okay,
Like Borgo, for instance. Like she's already an M1 killer, a weak one at that.
with no
But like
mobility.
Borgo is like
Yeah,
really, really tough on her.
yeah,
Because like there's like a really safe loop every 5 feet within each other.
yeah. And I mean Gideon's her map.
Yeah,
Do we even want to talk about how bad I can assume she is on that map?
she
Can you
she
play?
can be,
Can you play
but
any
like
of the loops on that map?
you could play a good chunk of them actually. Yeah,
Hmm.
I actually like playing Gideon as Pig just because there are some fun ambush spots you can do.
Yeah, I hate Gideon's with a passion, but I also used to be a clown main, and
That's fair.
there's literally nothing you can do on most of those loops as him. Even as Chucky, if you don't bring the right add-ons, a lot of those loops you cannot slice and dice. Now, before someone says you can just scamper under the pallet, yes, you can. Moving on. Um, I try not to, man. Unless the survivor is purposely pre-dropping every pallet before I even get close, I try not to scamper. I try so hard not to scamper. Um,
You're a good man.
Sometimes they make it hard. Like I've said this before, I will audibly sigh if the survivors just start pre-dropping every pallet because it's like,
Yeah,
all right, I guess you want me to play in the boring way. You know, it's like I guess you don't want me to try and go for the slice and dice and miss and look like an idiot. You'd rather me just hit two buttons and then hit you. Okay.
yeah.
Um, I give
Like pick a struggle, please.
my rule of thumb is I give them three pre drops during a chase. If all they do is pre drop and run 3 times, I'm scampering.
There you go.
Now don't get me wrong, I still do it sometimes out of instinct. Because it's like, why wouldn't I? You know, but I don't do it all the time. A lot of times I will go for the stupid slice and dice that I am pretty sure won't hit, but I'm gonna try it anyways. Because I think it's just more fun.
Who's the ones that you don't expect to hit that actually do?
Oh yeah, 100%. There's a lot of, and that's the other thing is it's the only way you're gonna learn what hits and what doesn't. Um, that's why when I go back to using add-ons on him, I'm gonna be a fucking menace because I have been learning how to use slice and dice with 8% less range for 50 games, which means I'm about to have almost 10% more range on my power, which means a lot of those hits that I slightly missed during that entire challenge, I'm gonna hit every single one of them. I can't wait. Um, what maps would you say? I mean, other than like the obvious ones like Midwich, I would guess. Which ones would you say she's like good on, or like the best at?
Larry's.
Larry, really?
Yeah, Larry's has like some like areas where you're just the counterplay is just to
Vault every
like
window.
vault every window or just like as the killer just hold W through every pallet essentially. But there are a lot of really fun ambush spots that you just do on that map. Like the one part of the map where it just has like the debris that's like in the shape of an L.
Hmm.
I love ambushing there,
I think
specifically like 360s.
yeah, I think Larry's is an interesting case because I think Larry's like as much as I complain about it sometimes, it does everything I like about RPD, but it also stays true to the RNG nature of the game. Um,
Right?
because it's not completely static, right? But like I can still pretty much navigate that map without even thinking about it most of the time, and I can like catch people off guard.
Yeah,
Because
I know exactly what you mean.
yeah, because it's like you'll see someone going like down a certain hallway, and or like into a certain room, and it's like, oh well, I know where that comes out at, and I know where they're probably going. Even though there's still RNG to the rooms, because that's what I like about RPD. I've said this so many times. I like how static RPD is. Um, because
Yeah, I do too.
it's like the only map in the game you can actually learn. Uh,
I think RPD is actually really good for Pig too.
yeah, I was gonna ask you that. Does Here's the thing with the big maps too, because I feel like it's a give and take, right? Because in theory, doesn't that mean the survivors have to walk longer to get the traps off?
Yes, but it also means that because like your boxes are so spread out, you can't
Patrol them.
properly pressure them. Yeah, you
Okay.
can't really control them a whole lot. Not to mention, it's widely known that like the bigger the map, the more loops there's going to be.
Yeah.
So like, especially like loops that just Pig cannot deal with.
Yeah. I mean, I
So,
think.
so like the log walls on like Red Forest, for instance,
Mhm.
like she cannot do anything about those.
Yeah. I mean, I think the whole big map size. I mean, she's an M1 killer. I think it's a problem with a lot of M1 killers. But
Exactly.
like I was saying
She
with
has like the same problem.
I was just gonna say it's like with the jigsaw boxes, like with what I just said, like I think there's a give and take there as far as like yeah, like I said, it's like well the boxes are farther spread out that makes them waste more time, but like you said,
Yeah,
you can't patrol them as well, so it's like
exactly.
yeah, it's like a give and take, and I think it's just it's
Like all killers, like all M1 killers, just have like except for Sadako, really, that she could just teleport
or
across
Freddy.
half the like she could. Yeah, Freddy too. Like big maps, like makes M1 killers suffer the most, and Pig is definitely one of those killers that just suffer the hardest on it.
Hmm. I mean we kind of touched on this too. Skins. If you had to pick a favorite.
Uh,
Uh, and it doesn't. I know she doesn't have any sets, does she? They're all customizable, right?
yeah, she doesn't have like linked sets. She you can customize all of them, which is what I do
Yeah,
essentially.
but
But I
I
think
mean,
if I was to
yeah. If sorry.
choose my favorite,
Mm,
it's probably like her Amanda's Rebirth one, where
the
she's like wearing that red sweater.
oh yeah, that's not the. Is that the archive one I was talking about?
No, the that one's I don't know what that one's called.
Yeah.
But the one that I'm thinking of has like she's wearing like the red sweater with
Oh
like
yeah
the
yeah yeah. Yeah.
fluffy
Okay okay
arms.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's called Amanda's Rebirth, but that's my favorite.
Um, and your least favorite, if
Uh,
if you had
probably the
to.
black leather jacket.
Mm, I don't
It
like the
doesn't.
I don't like the boots. It's so strange, but like you see them so often, so it's like it just pops in my mind.
Yeah, it's like I don't like it because one, it's overrated as hell,
Mhm.
and like it's overrated as hell, and I don't know, it just doesn't look very good, especially because like I love mixing and matching
Mhm.
my cosmetics, and there's just like that jacket specifically has like clipping issues with her hair,
Mm.
for, like all of her headpieces, so it just doesn't look very good.
Yeah. Um, okay. I have one final question, and I wrote this one in big letters on my notebook because I didn't want you to see it.
Oh boy,
What are your opinions on Boop the Snoot? You knew it was going to happen at some point.
oh boy. Uh, I personally like. I don't have an issue if people want to boop the snoot, quote
Hmm.
unquote, but I don't want to sit there and farm the entire time because that's what people want to happen when they see a pig. It's like, oh, I want to boop the snoot. I want to farm the entire time because it's a pig. Like, dude, I just want to play the game, please. Like, I'll let you get a couple in, but I just want to play the game.
Yeah.
Like, farming isn't fun,
I think
and like
if
it
someone,
sucks because I can't say no to these people sometimes because all of them will just group over me and be like, they'll boot my snoot. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I have to let them go now.
I think I had that problem when I play Ghostface sometimes. Um,
Like, I inherently don't hate it. I
mhm.
think it's fine, but just let me play the game.
I think the general rule of thumb for me is if if someone gave up on Hook or flat out DC'd, I'll farm a little bit,
And
but not the entire time. Like I'm sorry
yeah,
guys, I got shit to do. Like,
but if it's a Meg or a Jake,
uh-huh.
boot my snoot. they get immunity. I don't care.
Really?
Oh, Meg and Jake are my survivor mains,
All right,
so like they get special treatment.
if you made it all the way through this podcast somehow, and you're hearing this, just play Meg or Jake and boot the snoot for Heccoroni, and you will instantly
Yes, I
just
will
win.
let you go.
Yeah, you will win all of your
The
matches.
easiest escape and like stun points you'll ever get in your life.
Yeah, I think a lot of killers have that. Not a lot, but I think like Ghostface, Pig, and kind of like I want to say like Billy before the rework too. They like attracted like, and I kind of get why, but like they have like this effect where it's like, oh, they're playing this character who has the funny memes. They probably don't want to play the game.
Yeah, no, I do want to play the game. Just play the game, please.
Yes, please, just please, please. I will farm
And
later. I
sometimes,
promise. If everyone brought a cake, like including me, yeah, I'll probably farm, but later. All right, just
yeah, listen, like I'll two hook you all, and if like if they all boot me or whatever, and like I'm two hook, and like it's like five gens or something, and like they're all like two hooked, then I'll just let them go because clearly something's not right there.
yeah, stuff like that is why like I don't do win streaks. Because the Chucky no add on no perk thing was originally going to be a 20 game win streak.
Really.
I was going to keep doing it until I got 20 wins in a row. That was what it was originally going to be. Because I thought 20 was enough, and I thought like considering I was going in naked, like I figured like it's still impressive. But I didn't do it because sometimes you get those players, sometimes you get those matches. Not even like the super try hard sweaty people, but like which it's a bit hypocritical because I'm doing the same thing. But I mean like not just like the people who are like gen rushing and like instantly winning the game in 4 minutes. Like sometimes you also get like those Leons I had the other day. It's like, bro,
Oh
I
yeah,
would feel so bad if I was doing like a win streak right now because I would
you got
have,
those Leons.
yeah, I would have to have no fucking mercy. Because
Yeah,
if I let them go, like I did, someone would find out about it and be like, actually, no, they didn't get a win streak. They let these players go.
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you're right, I guess, but
If the survivor's being cute, I'll let them go if they're like the last alive. But like I usually just let the last survivor go anyway. Like if I have three kills, like I don't care. They can just have the hatch. They can have the door. I don't care.
yeah, you're actually showing a clip of that right now. I've been playing these on repeat, but it's convenient that that's the one that
Oh,
showed up
wasn't
right
that
now.
Claudette?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she didn't get it in time.
Oh, she didn't. She didn't. Oh man, that's the fucking worst ending. Come on.
I, I know. I'm sorry. I felt so
Um,
bad because I wasn't even like trying to like proxy the doors, but she just wasn't working on any of them.
but yeah, I usually like I try to rest in this middle ground of like I'm trying, but like I'm not like sweating my balls off, you know.
Yeah,
And
I don't care about when you're losing. I just want to hit cool ambushes.
yeah, and for the most part, it's like I just want to like either hit cool slice and dices or like do a weird mind game with scamper or not scamper just being undetectable.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, I've said it before. The third person camera on Chucky is so fucking fun. I love it. That's part of the reason why
I,
he's so good at Shaq. By the way,
I didn't think he'd be implemented well into the game, but I will admit where
I
I'm wrong that they did really well with him.
yeah, I think they did it very well. I would have loved because they did a me once again. Me and Karan were talking about this too. I think like they they make these killers and like we get like little snippets of like the design process. I would really appreciate it if like they did like videos, like whole videos on the design process. Because
They're really cool.
I just want to know the thought process. Like, because they did like a little article on making Chucky, and it was like, yeah, the third person camera was a struggle. We had to make sure it was far enough out to be good, but not too far out that it was like really like good at like all the time on every loop. And it's like, okay, I would love to like see what other versions you tried or the like the testing to get there, like I don't know.
Yeah, I really like seeing like behind the scenes kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think I brought up League of Legends more in this entire podcast than I have in like the past 4 years. There's a character in League called Aphelios. And the way he works is he has is it 4 or 5? I think it's 4 guns. And he
Or
can,
guns.
yeah. So he has 4 weapons. They're not guns, whatever. They're guns. Uh, and he can switch between 2 of them at a time, and they have an ammo system. And I'm not done. And they also have a secondary effect that can also combine with whatever his. So he has one gun on his right hand and one gun on his left hand, and both of the passives can combine. Um,
Oh Jesus.
listen. This sounds complicated now. It was gonna be worse. They showed the design document, like the design notes on like making him. Apparently, they wanted to make his power level. I am not making this shit up. You can go look it up. They wanted to make his power level dependent on the real life cycles of the moon.
What?
Yes.
How would that even work?
What do you mean?
Like, how would that even work for the game?
So his stats would change based on how close it was to a full moon IRL.
There's no way that's real.
It is. Look, I swear to God, look up Aphelios design notes and you will find it. It was
I'll
one of
look it
the.
up after this because I don't believe you.
I swear to you. They didn't do it for obvious reasons, and probably all the ones you're thinking of. But like, yeah, that was they said that was originally like in the design notes. They thought about doing it, and it's like it is super interesting and also really dumb. It's
It is really fucking dumb.
like I kind of like it though. It's like it's so unique, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
It's like the idea of a character that they didn't go into too much detail with it, but it's like, could you imagine like when it's a new moon, like completely dark outside, like he's just useless. So like you have to like
Yeah.
time when you play this character. Like that's
I should
so.
bring him to like a Imagine bringing him to like a tournament or something like World
Oh
Championships.
my god, he was in Worlds. Okay. This character is so complicated that even the casters didn't know how to cast him.
Really?
Yeah, he's okay. Remember how I said he has 4 guns? I actually think it's 5. I think I'm wrong, but yeah, each of
Oh,
those
Lord.
guns, like all of like the stats and like what they do, is like 4 paragraphs each. On
Jesus.
top of being combined with each other because he has one in his left hand and one in his right hand, and then they all have an ammo system. That's how you switch guns. On top of them having a like I said, an active effect that you can combine with others, and an ultimate effect that is different based on which one is in your main hand and which one and I think it's which one doesn't have ammo anymore.
Bro,
Yeah, he's yeah.
what are they smoking over
I
there?
don't know, man. Like, and I can't say anything. The character I played was she wasn't. I played Zoe. That was my main character, and she had a bunch of controversial things, but she wasn't complicated. She shoots a ball of lights that you can redirect, and it does more damage based on distance traveled. Um, she can collect like summoner spells that people use and use them herself. She can put you to sleep with a ball, and she can jump through a portal and go back to where she was. That's it. That's her whole kit. There's more nuance to it, but I just explained the whole thing in like a paragraph.
The character I mained when I was playing League for a little bit was Warwick.
Oh, have you seen his rework?
I haven't. I
His
have a friend who plays League though, and he says that he's a lot better.
his rework is, in my opinion, one of if not the best reworks they did. Um, he is good or bad. He is always fun to play. The biggest change they did because his little bites thing that he used to have, it's basically the same. The only difference they did to it, and I love this change, if you hold the button, you follow the target no matter what.
Oh,
So and you have to time it. Like you can't just hold it forever. But like if you hold the button and they press flash or like dash away, you'll follow them through the whole thing.
Jesus.
Like it's really cool. His W got changed to It's based on if the champion is below 50% HP, he gets a blood trail towards them globally. Um,
Oh,
and he gets movement speed and attack speed as he goes towards them.
time to get back into League, I guess.
His E is he charges up, he gets more tanky during the charge up, and then he fears everything around him.
Huh.
And then his
Yeah,
ult,
I think it's time to get back into League.
yeah, and then his ultimate is basically the same as it used to be, except for instead of him pointing and clicking, now he jumps in the air and launches onto the target. But
Oh, okay.
to make it unique, and this is where it all comes together, um, the more your movement speed is, the farther it goes.
Huh.
So basically, the whole point is you someone's at 50% health, you get a bunch of movement speed running towards them, you jump like half the fucking map to them, jump on top of them. Right before you do that, you press your E. Once you come out, they get feared away, and then they try to flash away, and you hold Q and catch back up to them.
Jesus.
So they like it, and it's so good because they didn't really change anything. Like the Q is the same as it was. They just added some stuff. The E is still like a fear around him. They just made him go tanky with it. The W is still like all it used to do was give him movement speed. Still does that, but now it's like it's more interactive and makes more sense on how it works. And then the ultimate's just not a point and click anymore. It does the same thing. You just have to actually aim it. But they made it synergize with everything else. Like it's one of the best reworks they've ever done. They changed
I
the
had to look.
yeah, uh-huh.
I
Get back in the league.
had to look back into that.
Yeah, it's like they changed him to modernize him, but they didn't actually change him really. Like if you played the old Warwick, you can still probably play this one. Like it's almost exactly the same. Same thing with Fiddlesticks. Like they changed his visuals a lot, right? But like almost all of his abilities are the same. A lot of the changes they did were just like quality of life stuff.
Oh,
Um,
I'm glad they fixed him at least. Fiddlesticks.
they did what?
I'm glad that they like fixed him up.
Yeah, yeah. Well, once again, like it was a whole update. Like his passive used to be when he stood still long enough, he would get movement speed, which was nice, but it wasn't that like unique. Now we can place scarecrows wherever he wants, and they act like wards, and
Uh,
they will if an enemy gets caught in it, they will simulate an action, so they might flash or pretend to do his ultimate, which is really fucking funny when it works. Uh, and then like his Q is exactly the same. It's literally the same. Even the numbers are exactly the same. Um, The only difference is they added a passive to it. So now if the opponent doesn't see you, you fear them with any ability, not just the Q. They got rid of the crows that you throw, but it does the same thing. It still silences you. It's just a skill shot now. And then the drain, all they changed on that is exactly the same, except now it can affect more than one target. And then his ultimate's the same. They just made him look better and just modernized him.
good.
Yeah, say what you
I'm
will
glad
about
they.
say what you will about the Riot devs, but like a lot of the reworks do that. They do a very good job with the reworks, I'd say. Um, and they don't go back as much as I feel like Dead by Daylight does with their reworks. Um,
Saying something.
Sadako, cough cough.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I
New
mean,
Sadako feels great to play though.
oh, I love new Sadako. I was talking to April about it on Twitter. Uh, like,
Yeah, me too.
she just feels so much more. The way I described it was she just feels fluid now.
Oh yeah, for
Like
sure.
like I feel like I'm actually like playing the. I don't know how to explain it. Like I don't feel like bootlegged into a playstyle, and I don't feel like I don't feel like I have to go for the condemned. I feel like I can just go for normal chases and I'm fine. Not perfect, but like fine. Um,
Right.
and the animations just feel great. The movement speed out of the TV. That was I don't think anyone was asking for that, but like I love that they added it. Like, oh, it's just yeah, it's so good. They did such a. I think they did a good job with it. I know some Survivor players are complaining right now, but give it time. Um, Apparently Billy's overpowered now too, so who knows?
Yeah, right.
Um, give the man a chance. I said it before. People, I think the biggest thing with ability rework is the reason why survivors are kind of hating on it, especially veteran survivors. I've noticed is the timings are different now.
Or are they?
Well, because overdrive makes you charge the chainsaw super fast,
Oh, that's right.
and it makes him go faster. So it's like I feel like people are still just getting used to like unlearning the muscle memory, and I really
I
do
know.
think that's part of it right now.
I know. I have like a few friends who are hillbilly mains, and
Mm.
they say it did take them a bit to get used to like the new hillbilly.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy him, but yeah, like I said, on the Survivor side, I think people just need to give it time. I'm not a big fan. Like, I get the game isn't that complex, but like, I'm still never a big fan of people outright saying something is OP or bad after one day. Um, like once again, I get it. The game is not like when Night came out. I think like that pretty much was it Night? No, it was Singularity. People were basically writing off Singularity day one, and it's like really like you guys figured everything out with the character in one day. We already know how good he is already. I don't know. I feel I mean it's a problem in gaming discourse overall, but like Dead by Daylight seems to be way worse with it because it sticks. I feel
Yeah, for sure.
because like
Mm.
I said this before with Larry. Um, I'm actually working on a video about it. I think people overstate how difficult Larry is to play. I really
Yeah, he takes like a lot of brain power.
well. That's the thing. Let me rephrase this because I'm sure some Larry mains will tell me otherwise. I think it takes a lot of like brain power and pre-planning and microplay to play him super well. However, to normally play him and get general value from him, I really don't think it's that hard. I really don't. Just throw a camera out of loop, biopod him up, and then um just shoot them and teleport to them when they hit a pallet.
Yeah,
Like it's really not as difficult as I think some people make it out to be. I hell my brain off build in this game is one of Larry's. It's barbecue and chili, lethal pursuer, save the best for last, Lightborn. Before anyone shames me, it's literally brain. I'm listening to podcasts most of the time when I'm playing this. So I literally just don't want to think about anything. Um, and then I run his iridescent add-on that shows him auras of people when the cameras are placed near them. So I
that's
don't,
like a
e-
really good add-on.
I don't even open the cameras, and I'm still getting value out of him. You know what I mean?
For sure, yeah.
I could get more, but I still win a lot of matches using that build. Because it's just like
As long as you're having fun, who cares?
yeah, once again, I just think Larry is one of those ones where like I think the stereotype of not even really stereotype, but it's like people have this notion of like, oh my god, he's so hard to play, I'm never gonna play him, and they just never even try. I think that was my problem with Billy for a while, and Nurse. I didn't play Nurse for the longest time because everyone told me she was super hard to play. Then I played her for like 20 matches in a row. I was like, she's not that hard. Takes a couple matches to get used to it, but like once you do it, she's fine.
Yeah, I think Nurse, she definitely has like what is it? She definitely can be harder for people to play, but she has like a low skill floor, in my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, especially if you bring some handicaps. Like I don't like saying it like that, but if you bring a bunch of aura reading, like it's she's not like the the way some
No,
people make her out to be. It's like you have to be like super mechanically gifted to play this character. No, not really. Like maybe if like you're trying to like 4-man slug in like 30 seconds, maybe, but like a normal match of Dead by Daylight, no, you really don't.
I will say like the hardest thing learning about Nurse is like learning predictions.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Because I mean, her main counter is line of sight,
Exactly.
and that's why I'm saying
And
like
that's her only counter.
yeah, and that's why I'm saying like brain. aura reading, which I find it funny.
Yeah.
I find it funny that when they nerfed her, it actually kind of buffed her because everyone started bringing aura reading perks on her instead of exposed ones. And even though she can't insta down you, she can now find you easier. Uh, it's one of those things where it's like, man, I actually kind of really feel for the devs because it's like, what do you do without
A
just
lot.
absolutely gutting her at this point? Uh, it's yeah, it's like with Blight. It's like don't get me wrong, a lot of the add-on change or a couple of the add-on changes were like really really bad. Uh, in Blight tag,
Oh my god, yeah.
I love it, but like no, it shouldn't be in the game. Um, but like the other nerfs were fine. Because I've said this before, I think Blight himself is fine. I think it's the thing with
For
Nurse.
sure.
I think it's the thing with Nurse. It's like Nurse without add-ons. I still think is bad for the game. I still think she integrally breaks the game. Like she just doesn't play the same game everybody else does. Even Blight has to loop.
Yeah. Nurse could just like ignore like everything.
Yeah. Um. The future Nurse player who will be on this podcast. I have no problem with you as a person, and I really don't have a problem with your killer. I'm just saying these things, okay? Um.
I have no issues with Nurse either. I actually really enjoy playing her.
Yeah. I don't even mind playing against her. Honestly, I
Oh, for
think
sure, Sam.
the only honestly, is there a killer you don't like playing against?
Killer I don't like playing against.
Yes.
Uh,
Other than clown. I know you said clown because of motion sickness, but like
Spirit.
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 I
I don't like playing against
I
Spirit.
hear spirit a lot. I think I hear spirit
It,
more than nurse.
it's also because of it's also because like I can't hear very well sometimes to the point
Mm,
where I can't hear depth. So when she's phasing, I can't tell where she's going and where she's coming from, like
mm.
exactly because I just can't hear it very well.
I think for me, I always say it's Pinhead. I genuinely enjoy most killers in this game. I cannot stand playing against Pinhead.
If it isn't Spirit, it's Legion. I hate Legion.
I don't mind it, but then again, I'm a boring person at heart. So listen, well, I've told people this before. They're like, "How can you not find Legion boring? All it is mending simulator." Bro, I did a 6-hour fishing stream with Xenomorph where all I did was kick a gen once and sit in a tunnel for 6 hours.
Well, there you go.
Like, if I can find that fun, like, I just don't like Pinhead because it's just there's I never know who's going for the box, so then I go for the box, and then someone else already was, and then I feel like an idiot, and then I get downed anyways, and then none of the gens get done because everyone else has the same mindset during the match. And then I'm like,
Right.
okay. At least with Pig, it's like people know I have a bear trap on, and I have to deal with that. Like no one's like rushing over to get my bear trap off for me, you know?
Yeah, it's like if she's running like those like problematic add-ons too, then it is like a race against time.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I
like
I
the
do.
counter to that is just 99 gens.
Yeah, yeah. But once again, then you can make the argument. Well, you can't really do that in solo queue.
Oh yeah, solo queue is a
It's
bit of a different story.
the same thing with Pinhead. People are like, well, just don't play solo queue, and Pinhead's really not even that bad. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess. Like, I mean, people can complain about my killer all they want, but like, he doesn't really do anything inherently bad, like versus a solo queue team that he can't do against a Swift. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
like honestly, with the boxes with Pig, I think my only real problem is when two people go to the same box.
Yeah, I hate that. If I ever go against a pig and that happens to me, I just let them have it. I just go and find a new one.
You know what they could do? Is it Soft 5? The one with like the blood vials at the end of it. Yeah,
Oh,
just make the boxes bigger, so two people can.
yeah. That nerfer's so hard.
I'm just saying, right?
That
Fuck,
nerfer's
fuck
so
it,
fucking
fuck it.
bad.
Make it so four people can do it. All right, fuck it. They all get their hats off at the same exact time. Come on.
Oh my god, I'd kill myself at that point.
Can you imagine if there was a mechanic where instead of doing the entire timer, you could just injure yourself to instantly get it off?
I I'd hate that.
Well, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. You can injure yourself to instantly fill the timer. Um, so there's still the chance that it doesn't work. I don't know. I feel like that
Oh
would be
lord,
more. I feel like that would be more jigsaw. You know,
a little bit,
it's like yeah, it's like
a
make your.
little bit
It's
actually.
like make your choice, right? It's like, do you want to be injured right now, or do you want to waste time? And then there's a chance it doesn't work, and that kind of fits into more of Amanda's style. Wow, that was somehow the dumbest suggestion I've had and the best. Those are the best kind because no one knows what to think. It's like, wow, it's actually a good idea. We shouldn't do it though, but that's a good idea. Oh man.
Oh
Actually,
lord.
actually, I could see a lot of problems with that because not just from the pig's perspective, but like, well, I mean, I guess it's all from the pig's perspective because most survivors don't even care about being injured, so it's like, is it even really a choice? And then you could be like, oh well, if they're already injured, you can make them deep wound themselves. Yeah, but then they have made for this, so you give them a way to proc it on their own. Like, once I like I said, I'm making these like I'm just throwing darts at a board right now, but it's like I feel like there's a behavior dev who's thought of this, and I hope someone shut him down.
I really hope so too.
Oh my god.
It took him out back and just shot him.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, survivors keep dying on the boxes from the hats because there's not enough room. Should make it so all four of them. No, Billy, you know where to go. So doors right there, alleyways there. Your last meal's out there too. We prepped it. We knew what was gonna happen. You're good. Um,
Yeah.
uh, I mean, I think that's really everything. I want to say this is officially yes, this is officially the longest episode of this podcast series by a long shot. And I don't mean that as a
Oh, for
criticism
sure.
or anything against you. Um, and
Oh, that's fine. I had fun
yeah, and honestly, like we got tangential, but I think we stuck on topic somehow the entire
for the
time,
most part. Yeah, for the most
which
part.
is insane to think about. No offense, but it's pig. Like I didn't think.
Yeah, I mean,
I,
you can only talk about pigs so much,
well, it's not even that. I just
without
didn't.
it.
I didn't think she of all the killers to like spark discussions about like fundamentals of the game. I didn't think it would be her, but apparently it was.
That's
Um,
what I do.
like I kind of feel like Skull Merchant's gonna do that next week.
Oh, I wish you luck on that one.
Yeah, I really do feel like Skull Merchant's gonna spark a lot, not controversy, but like it's gonna spark a lot of discussion about fundamentals of this
Just
game.
for sure, for sure. Yeah.
Um, yeah, but as always, I tell everyone this, but and I've told you this before, but thank you for coming on for this.
Yeah, of course.
I
I had
know,
like a lot of fun.
yeah, yeah, and I know we had some scheduling issues, and I'm glad we were actually able to get it done in
Yeah.
time. Um, and I know this was really long. I probably should have told you this beforehand. If you needed me to stop sooner, you could have told me.
Oh, no,
um,
I literally have nothing going on.
yeah, neither do I.
This this is this was fun though. It gives me a chance to talk about my favorite killer in
Yeah,
the game.
yeah, I have to make a video after this, so I have to hope my voice is still there tomorrow at work. But uh, yeah, like I said, it's just interesting to me that Pig was the one that's like sparked. And there's nothing against the other killers. It's just like a lot of them
I think
had their own issues, but I feel like Pig being because other than Wraith, I think Pig is really the only like generic in one killer I've had on so far.
Yeah,
Um,
I think so.
so it's
Pretty
like,
sure, actually. Yeah.
yeah, because we've done Hag, Nemesis, um, Wraith, and Artist. So it's like, yeah. Pig is legitimately the first like genuine M1 killer because Wraith is an M1 killer, but like he has like I think he's so bare bones. Nothing against Squid or anyone who plays
Yeah.
Wraith, but y'all,
He's very simple.
I hope y'all understand what I mean. I'm not saying y'all can't make him look good. You can, but he is
No,
inherently
no,
very
yeah, yeah.
he is inherently very simple. So it doesn't really spark enough discussion. But I think Pig has enough of being an M1 killer and being complex to a certain degree that it sparks a
I
lot of
agree.
the discussions with this game. Um,
I'm not biased, of course, but I
yeah,
agree.
yeah, of course you're not biased. Of course not.
Of
Chucky
course not.
is
No,
actually the worst killer in the game and deserves a buff. I'm not biased. Don't look at my Twitch
sure,
VODs.
for sure,
Yeah,
for
and
sure.
don't look at my Twitter. And yeah, uh, don't look at my YouTube thumbnails. I'm talking. I know we're still going, but I've talked about this before. But someone complained to me about my YouTube thumbnails. We're like, bro, you can't just keep putting Chucky in all your thumbnails. Like, bro, I've got 7 movies and 3 seasons of a TV show to pick from. I can do
The
what I
fuck, I can't
want.
not.
The fuck I can't. There is an image of Chucky for everything. There was one I did last night for for like a health update. There's a scene in the TV show where Chucky's in a doctor's office in like a gown, in like a
My
patient's,
God,
yeah, in like a patient's gown. There is literally an image of Chucky for everything. It's so good. There's one of him
truly,
reading a book. Like I just used
truly
it.
universal.
Yeah, it's so universal. I think I've reused maybe one. Ah, it's so crazy to me, but I can't believe that was a criticism someone gave me. Can't just keep you. Why not? What? They tell me why not. Ugh,
Tell me why.
ugh. Because even with these people are like, oh, your channel's about Chucky. I thought, and like yesterday I did a video about a health update. The day before I was talking about Alan Wake. It's like it's not really a Chucky channel. Yeah, bro, I can't. I'm doing daily videos. I can't talk about. There's only so much I can talk about with one killer. You know what I mean? Like in a full video. Like I don't know. Like I could do a video about Chucky faking, but it would be like maybe a minute long. And so that's why I diversified to this. And I know we're still going with this, and I said we were ending, but yeah. But yeah, that's why I diversified into this, because it's like I want to do other stuff. But I want Chucky to be the main focus. Um but yeah. Back to ending this podcast. Because I have stuff I have to do too, because I also have to go to bed soon. Um
I have to eat and then go to bed.
yeah. Like I said, I still have to make a video, which will probably take an hour, and then I have to sleep, and then I have to wake up at noon. So um
And work on this. Yeah,
yeah. Well, no, I probably won't.
busy.
Oh yeah, I do have to work on this tomorrow. Fuck. Okay.
Ah,
Because I have to record another one on Monday. God. Um, stream on Tuesday. Okay, yeah. I want to thank you again for coming by, though, for real. Like
yeah, of course, of
I
course.
tell everyone this. I am a nobody in this community. I think I'm actually getting to a point to where some people are recognizing me, which is uh not to stroke my own ego, but it's so fucking surreal. Um, I went into a random streamer's chat the other day, and they knew who I was. I've never met this person in my life, and I was like, "Oh, hi."
Hey, getting some fame.
Yeah, it was like, "Oh, hi." It's fucking okay.
Hey,
Um, yeah, it was really weird. I think Ghost was another one. Ghost Anonymous. He's a Chucky man. I went into his chat one day, and he recognized me before I even knew who he was.
is he a Xenomorph and Chucky man?
Yes, he is.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I know him. I know him for his Xenomorph stuff.
yeah. He's switching between the two mostly now, but yeah, it was just so weird because I was like, dude, I'm like nobody in this community, and then meanwhile, this guy, who like I thought was
Hey,
like,
getting some fame though.
yeah, I thought this guy above me was like would never know who I was, but he did. It was just so weird. Um, but yeah, so my point with that is like I never expect anyone to say yes to doing this. Um,
Yeah, of course.
so
This is a lot of fun.
yeah, Yeah. It's
Gives
just
me like I said, it gives me a chance to talk about,
it's just
you know,
it's just
my favorite
nice.
killer.
Yeah, it's just nice to nerd out about stuff.
Yeah, nerd out too, of course, yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not just about the killer, but about the game we both play, and I would assume
Hmm.
enjoy most of the time.
Most of the time, yes. I
Yeah.
still have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Despite like all the BS that survivors can pull and vice versa, I still have a lot of fun regardless.
Like we said earlier with the state of the game, I think we both agree the game is in an all right spot. Like it's not perfect, but it never will be.
Yeah, it's in a good spot, I think.
Yeah, like there's a few frustrating
Just some
points, but
problematic perks on
yeah,
both sides, you know.
a couple bad killers, including my own.
No bad killers, yeah.
Yeah. Um.
Skull Merchant.
God, God, you were really gonna make this the next episode difficult for me, aren't you? Um.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to.
Yeah. And Chucky, don't worry. I think it's really what's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's funny. We are ending the podcast. Yeah, you know what, guys. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and end here. Um, because otherwise this will keep going for another hour and a half. I swear.
Yeah, well,
Because I don't know how to end shit. I never have. Uh, but if you made it this far into the podcast, I love y'all. You're amazing, and you should definitely check out the playlist with everybody else. On top of that, Hackeroni's stuff will also be below. If you somehow didn't hear it at the beginning, it will be here as well. And it will be posted below. You should go check them out. Follow them on all their socials. They're great. They're amazing. I hope the past 4.5 hours have proven that. Um, but yeah. In any case, I'll catch you guys in the next one. And yeah. Bye.